Nice. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Okay, we'll test some audio here to make sure that that is working correctly, as we had a couple of internet snafus to have to work with today, but we'll see if we can't overcome. All right. Find the link to do the testing here. No lights. Okay. Well, where is the swimming? Here we go. No, that's not it. There it is. Swimming invite. Okay. And we're live. Okay. Test a little audio. Okay. Check, check, check. 1 2 1 2 1 2 3 1 2 3 4. 1 2 1 2 3 4 5. 1 2 1 2 3 4 5. 1 2 1 2 3 4 5. Okay. Sounds like we got some audio coming through there. Okay, good. Well, Joey, it's working. Okay. So we'll mute it.
15, diving coach, Why Not Dive. Thank you once again for all of those that have contributed to making this event possible, and good luck to all of the athletes.
Well, a pleasant good morning, everybody. We welcome you to the Hislop Sports Center here at the University of North Dakota for today's coverage of the Grand Forks Invitational Swim and Dive Championships today. Ryan Cunningham with you, Joey Springer on our video work today as we get ready to get started for the opening event of the day and the send-off of this facility for the Grand Forks Night Riders. A big day today in Grand Forks, as this will be the final full invitational that is held here at the Hislop Sports Center. The teams will be moving on to a temporary home next year, and then to the All-True Aquatics and Sports Center coming up the year after that. And this is an opportunity for us to say goodbye to a facility that's been so very good, to the University of North Dakota, to the Grand Forks Wahoos, to the Grand Forks Night Rider swim team, and so many others that have used it throughout the course of their history. And we're looking forward to what should be an historic day here today. Now, a quick mention for all of you that are listening in. I was asked many times, have you covered swimming and diving before? I have not. This will be new for me, and hopefully we'll do the sport justice today. That's really what we want to do as we get ready for the first event of the day. The first event will be the boys' 200-yard medley relay that they'll have today. There'll be 4 heats of this that we'll have today, and in heat number 1, we'll see a team from the Minot area, the Magicians, in lane 1. Moorhead will be in lane 2. Williston will be in lane 3. Bismarck will be in lane 4. The Night Riders will be in lane 5. Bismarck will have a second team in lane 6, and Minot will have a second team in lane 7 today. There will be 4 heats of this. For those of you that are unfamiliar, there's a little bit of a track quality to how they put this together. They've given us the heat sheets that we have today. We're used to that. being called the heat sheets in a track and field competition where they label the events and then label the competitors that are going to be in those events. And we'll try to go through some of those competitors throughout the course of the day for the Magicians in this particular event. In lane 1 will be Miles Mittleiter, Caleb Alvarado, Dawson Franzvong. I'm going to go ahead and throw the glasses on because you know what? Some of the print on these heat sheets, as I call it, is a little bit small. And Taylor Drake, or rather Drake Taylor, I apologize. Moorhead's team will include Tasser Stevenson, Alex Gibb, Adrian Maston, and Jacob Sneed. Williston's team will include Ephraim Arnold, Connor Budd, Kelson Dornfeld, and Ewan Radway. And you can see the teams getting into the water now as we speak. Lane 4 from Bismarck, Hudson Hintz, Keaton Hintz, Sam Nelson, and Nathan Tina. And in lane 5, Jace Jensen, Knight Anderson, Ryan Johnson, and Caden Balkowicz. In lane 6, Parker Ketterling, Hank Arneson, Jenner Baumgartner, and Oliver Peltz. And in lane 7, it's Gavin Youngblood, Jason Chappelle for Minot, Tim Sharp driver, and Ben Olson as we get this one started here today. And as you can see, as we get going with our video coverage today, good heat by lane 4's Bismarck. They seem to have a bit of an edge right now. This would be Hudson Hintz that's running swimming the first leg of this one as they make the change on the relay. And second for Bismarck getting in is set to be Keaton Hintz. Now again, sometimes these change on us, as does happen in a track and field meet as well. So if we have some of the names incorrect on these particular exchanges, we apologize here. Again, they can do that on us. But right now in this opening heat, Bismarck in lane 4, currently out in front by a pretty good margin. And we see trailing the Williston team in lane 3 and the Knight Riders in lane 5. Knight Anderson set to do the second leg of this one. And right now we look over at Moorhead in lane 2, and it's Moorhead that's come on to take the second place spot in this particular heat. Bismarck currently, though, with a big lead in this first heat of 4 that will be swam today in the boys' 200-yard relay. And right now, the Bismarck Demons with a big lead as we will see Sam Nelson coming back in for his home stretch lap on this one. And then we'll get to the finals, and for Bismarck, it'll be Nathan Tina that'll be taking on the final lap. We take a look. Bismarck, again, a big lead in this particular heat. Moorhead coming in second right now, and the Knight Riders in lane 5 currently third in this particular heat. And we do see the Bismarck team. This is Nathan Tina going out in lane 4, and you can see right now has about a half a lap lead on most of the field out there. So a good first heat of the day for Bismarck coming in here. Tight race between Moorhead and Grand Forks in the second spot. Moorhead's Jacob Sneed trying to finish against the Knight Riders' Caden Balkowicz. And we do see that one kind of tightening up a little bit as we'll see Grand Forks team trying to catch up in short order there. And right now that becomes an interesting race there between lane 2 and line 5. And Grand Forks coming on and doing well there at the end of the competition. The split's coming in right now, and we see a 209.74 on the board for the Bismarck team. 209.74 coming in as the lead in the heat at this point, and so a good run for the Bismarck team. It looks like in the number 3 lane, it was Williston coming in at 223.83 in the number 2 spot in that heat, and in lane 3, or actually in lane 6 rather, it was the Bismarck team coming in third at 224. So we may have some of the lane assignments a little off here today. We'll see if we can't correct that for you as we move along. We'll go to lane number 2. And yeah, it looks like the count was off because they're not using that far lane today. My apologies. So they're probably going to use it now, I would expect. They've got a full heat here of 8 swimming lanes at this point. West Fargo Cheyenne for heat 2 set to be in lane 1. Williston in lane 2. Bemidji, Minnesota lane 3. The Knight Riders in lane 4. The Eagles in lane 5. Lane 6 will be West Fargo Cheyenne. Minot in lane 7. And Horace, or rather the West Fargo Packers be in lane 8. And my apologies, folks. I'm not able to tell you who the Eagles are. Oh, must be Fargo Davies. They didn't call them Davies on the heat sheets. They called them the Eagles. Interesting. All right. So we're taking in some of the teams that are there today. And I believe they said that they had 9 teams that were going to be in this event. And it does look like in this heat they will be using that far lane. So the reason why our count was off is because they were down to a 7-lane race the first time around. And so my apologies for that, folks, as we had a bit of a miscount. We'll be able to identify the teams a little bit better. One of the interesting things about this sport is you've got the little head cap, but you don't have a jersey. So it's a little tougher to take in. But going to be a fun day here today at the Hislop with a number of teams here. I believe they said they were 9 at one point, but at one point there was a count of 11 as well. So not sure if we've got the accurate count on how many teams were here, but it's somewhere between 9 and 11 teams that they have for today. We get ready for Heat 2. They expect it to be in a full swimming mode today until about 1 o'clock. They believe that warm-ups for the diving event were going to take place at around 1. And they were expecting the meet to continue until about 4 this afternoon. So that's the time frame that we have here today. And the second heat about to get going. And now we've got some times that have been recorded for these particular relay teams. We hadn't had times in the last one. And we'll get ready to get this one started. The fastest in this particular heat is the Grand Forks team in lane 4. The team of Espen Johnson, Elias Eberhard, Zach Johnson, and Nathan Hind. They had come in with a 2:05.50 as the pace time in this second heat. Now Davies was just a quarter of a second off the pace at 2:05.73 with Richard Gladue, Gabe Anderson, Greg Meidinger, and Zach Pengnate. And so this will be an interesting race between those two teams, and there's some pretty good splits all the way through in this one. Bemidji coming in with a pretty good run to get things started in lane 6 to get this one started out here today. And so the lane 6 right now, you see the Bemidji team, or correction, the West Fargo Cheyenne team. Although it looks like that is Bemidji that's near us. They've got these lanes numbered a little bit differently as well. It's from the inside to the outside, so what you see near you is lane 1. That means lane 4, lane 5 will reverse that around. And right now, you look over to the far side of the pool, and the Magicians in lane 7 have put together a pretty good heat here. Jameson Langager, Barrett Hanegrefs, Cade Reister, and Talmadge Pearson putting together a good run so far over in lane 7 in this second heat. Again, the fastest time in the heat was the Night Riders team at 2:05.50 coming into the event today. But right now you see a pretty good run of things going on for Minot's team over in lane 7 at this point. And here on the near side of the pool, lane 1, West Fargo Cheyenne trying to get their latest leg started. Night Riders in lane 4, the Eagles in lane 5. And right now, it would seem as though the Night Riders maybe a little bit off the pace behind that Fargo Davies team. Splits coming in on the board at this point, and right now lane 6, West Fargo Cheyenne, they're trying to take that off the board. Lane 2 for Williston, some good times coming in as well. And I'm not sure if we're headed to the finish here. It looks like we are. And that Minot team that's over in lane 7 came in with the top spot, and they go up on the board at a 2:03.03. So the Minot team 2:03.03. In lane 3, Bemidji at 2:07.95. Coming in the number 2 spot. And number 3 will go to Davies at 2:08.06. And the Grand Forks team down in the number 5 spot at 2:11.69. So really good run for Minot, as Minot comes in lane 7 as the number 1 spot in that particular heat. And when you take a look at what their 2:03.03 will do, 2:03.03 right now would have put them in the 3rd heat today. It will be a little bit off the pace of some of those teams in heat number 3. But a good run for Minot out of lane 7. Again, the team of Janison Langanger, Barrett Hanegrefs, Cade Reister, and Talmadge Pearson. So we'll get ready for the 3rd heat. And as we look towards heat number 3, again, this is the 200-yard medley relay. Lane 4, the Night Riders, the pace time. Elliott Steele, an 8th grader. Logan Bierke, a senior. Avery Berg, a senior. And Devin Navarro, a freshman, with a time of 1:49.19 coming into the 3rd heat today. And that will be a good 3.5 seconds faster than the next time in the heat. West Fargo Cheyenne will be in lane 5. The team of Paxton Samuelson, Kana Boonerang, Justin Severson, and Axel Anderson. That is a 1:52.99, but the Night Riders will be in lane 4 in this event right now, looking at the pace time in heat number 4 or 3. As we take a look at heat number 4, which will be the fastest of the heats out there, West Fargo has turned in a 1:36.25, and that time is dominant. That is a nearly 5-second advantage over a team from Bismarck. And so right now, West Fargo would be the favorites in this 200-yard medley relay. First event of the day here at the Hislop Sports Center, and we get ready for heat number 3. And as they say, they're off. And again, the team of the Night Riders in lane 4, a team to watch here. West Fargo Cheyenne in lane 5, and Moorhead in lane 3 at 1:53.20. But the team that the Night Riders were scheduled to put into this heat has about a 3-second advantage, 3.5-second advantage over the competition this season, and a very good leg, opening leg for Elliott Steele, the 8th grader, as he makes his way to the wall. But it would appear that West Fargo Cheyenne's Paxton Samuelson had a bit of an edge, making to the wall in lane 5 a bit earlier. Into the second legs for both of those teams, and really a neck-and-neck race here between the second swimmers for the Night Riders, Logan Bierke in lane 4, and Kana Boonring of West Fargo Cheyenne. If I mispronounced that, folks, my apologies. But in lane 4, we see Logan Bierke taking a bit of a step here, and now being challenged as well by Moorhead out of lane 3 as they made their turns. So the Night Riders with a good start to the race, and right now in this third leg for the Night Riders, Avery Berg really trying to widen things out for Grand Forks and taking a considerable edge on the field in the 4th lane for Grand Forks right now. He opened that up by a pretty good margin, maybe about 15 yards. He was able to open that up as we go to the final leg in this third heat, and a great heat being put together out of legs 3 and 4 by the Night Riders. Avery Berg, a good run as he was able to make his way, and now the home lap for Devin Navarro, and Navarro has about a 15-yard lead as he makes his way to the wall, and Grand Forks putting together a really good time in this event. They'll go up on the wall with a good time in the number 1 spot at 1:50.68. So the Night Riders right around their best time, about a second half off, not their best time, but clearing the field by a 3-second margin, as the third heat second place spot will go to Moorhead at 1:53.42 and a 1:56.29 for West Fargo Cheyenne. So a great race by the Riders in that situation, trying to put themselves perhaps in a chance to make their way towards the final placing spots. But here in lane 4 for West Fargo, that's the team to watch in this particular heat, and this will be the fastest of the heats. West Fargo's Isaac Elhard, a freshman, Isaiah Ayers, a sophomore, Logan Ingolstead, an 8th grader, and Brody Ingolstead, a junior. They've turned in a 1:36.25 throughout the course of the season. Bismarck in lane 5, Blake Nelson, Jackson Ketterling, Sam Egel, and Bridger Duckwitz have the second best team. And right now between those two, pretty good race between 4 and 5, with West Fargo getting into the pool in lane 4 for their second leg, just a hair ahead of Bismarck. Isaiah Ayers, a sophomore now, trying to widen this out. He's done a pretty good job. He's taken a pretty small lead, and Ayers has really widened this thing out in the turn off the wall, getting a good push off the wall and opening things up by about 5 yards, maybe 10 yards in the race. So a great second leg by Isaiah Ayers, and he gets the wall probably about 10 yards ahead of Bismarck in lane 5. Logan Ingolstead, the 8th grader now, beginning to come on strong, and he had a great leg as well. This is a West Fargo team that's very polished. Great turn off the wall by Ayers, or rather by Logan Ingolstead, my apologies. And West Fargo, again, a pretty commanding lead by about 10, 12 yards in lane 4 over Bismarck in lane 5 as they make the final turn. And for the Packers, it's Brody Engelstead getting into the pool, and he's turned it into about a 20-yard lead after that jump in. So on the turn, West Fargo between legs 3 and 4 doing an excellent job. And the Packers trying to make their way to the wall in good time here and take home the top spot in this one, and they will. Unofficial time, 1:37.92 on our board. Will go up on the board as 1:37.64. Just a hair off the pace for West Fargo's fastest time, about a second behind, but great race today for West Fargo. In lane 3, Moorhead's going to snatch second, coming in at Bismarck, ahead of Bismarck's lane 5 effort. So Moorhead the number 2 spot. And right now over in lane 8, Fargo Davies turned in a 1:51, and if I remember right, the Night Riders turned in a 1:50 and change in heat number 3, and so the Night Riders may find themselves on the placing side of things in that situation. And that was heat 4 of 4. We're ready to move on to the freestyle event now. And we'll see if we do, in fact, go to the freestyle. It looks like this is going to be the 200 free. And, boy, they don't take a lot of time to change over in these events, huh? We'll get the first heat of this and step away for a moment. You'll be able to see the video coverage. And we'll come back and get ready for heat number 5 and perhaps heat number 4 as well. But in this heat, we do see Jacob Sneed of Moorhead, Evan Ulmer of West Fargo Cheyenne, Caden Balkowicz of Grand Forks, Jonathan Turnus of Fargo Davies, Jack Brackman of Fargo Davies, Bryson Bierke of West Fargo Cheyenne, Ethan Olson of West Fargo, and Reeve Morris of West Fargo Cheyenne. And a bit of a preview of what happens in heat 5, which is the fastest of the heats in the 200 free event, 200-yard freestyle. Fastest swimmer in this one, Isaiah Ayers of West Fargo, who was part of that relay team a moment ago, 1:42.85, and his time is about 10 seconds faster than the competition. So he'll be the heavy favorite in this event in heat number 5. Well, we thank you for joining us here today for our coverage of this event from the Grand Forks Invitational Swim Dive Meet going on here at the Hislop, as heat number 1 of the 200-yard freestyle is currently underway. And as we take a look at the progress in this particular event, it would appear that lane 6, or is it lane 5? My apologies, it's lane 5. See a good time being turned in by Jack Brackman of the Eagles, just an 8th grader for Fargo Davies. But right now has the top spot in this. And he's making his way off the wall. And I believe should be coming into his final approach to the wall. Brackman, the listed swimmer. Now he'll make a turn. My apologies, the count was a little bit off. Down and back must be 50 yards. So 25 yards down the pool, 25 yards back, based on what we saw in the last relay for 200 yards. So a long race here. You've got 8 trips to make. 4 down and 4 back to get back into this. And so a long first heat, and again, it'll be some time before we get out there to the finals for this particular event. Brackman in lane 5 continues to hold down the lead. And just to introduce the competitors in the next couple of heats of this, heat 2 will have Kelson Dornfeld of West Fargo. Or no, Williston, my apologies. Igor Kovalev of Williston. Parker Behringer of West Fargo Cheyenne. Caius Knert of the Night Riders. Beckett Otoe of Moorhead. Axel Anderson of West Fargo Cheyenne. And Jace Jensen of the Night Riders. That'll be in the next heat. And it looks like the times are coming in on the board. And a 2:34.55 for Jack Brackman of Fargo Davies to bring in the first heat of a 5-heat event. So we'll go to heat 2, and we'll continue to allow you to see the coverage here on our video screen. We'll step away momentarily from commentary, and we'll come back with more in just a bit. But continue to enjoy the video coverage here on KNOX Live Sports, and we'll be back for heats 4 and 5 of this event next. All right, folks, welcome back to our coverage of the Grand Forks Invitational Swim Dive Championships today. Heat number 4 of the 200-yard freestyle about to get started here today. And we get to Heat 4 and Heat 5. The likely placers are going to be in these particular heats. Best time in this heat is Devin Navarro of the Night Riders. He'll be in lane 4 for this event. So lane 4 to watch for the Night Riders trying to find their way into a placing situation. The swimmers in this one, in lane 1, Ben Thiel of Moorhead. In lane 2, Hunter Swanson of Fargo Davies. In lane 3, Kyle Yoder of Bemidji. Navarro in lane 4 for the Night Riders. Cole Degrenes of Davies in lane 5. Paxton Samuelson of West Fargo Cheyenne in lane 6. Max Chouinard of Bismarck in lane 7. And Caleb Knott of Bemidji in lane 8. So Devin Navarro, the Night Riders, a 2:03.60 in the regular season. That's just 0.4 of a second faster than Cole Degrenes of Fargo Davies. So both of those skaters, or rather I should say swimmers, looking for an opportunity to try to crack the top 8 today. Now, as we mentioned, when we get into the 5th and final heat of this one today, you're going to see Isaiah Ayers of West Fargo and a 1:42.85, which is an average of 20 to 25 seconds faster even than this heat, which is supposed to be the second to the fastest heat. So you've got a dominant performer as a sophomore for West Fargo in the final heat of the day. But right now, a couple of swimmers in this one that would at least try to entertain the opportunity of making their way into a final in this one. And right now, the assignment lane 2 is Justin Severson, I believe. Nope, correction, Hunter Swanson of Fargo Davies. And right now, Hunter Swanson has a pretty good start on this race. Again, it's 4 times down, 4 times back. So it's 8 trips of 25 in this one today. And we see the splits that come in as they go. And right now, Hunter Swanson holding the lead, swimming out of lane number 2. You look over to lane 4, and Devin Navarro is there. And Navarro trying to make a bit of progress on that lead of Swanson as they make their way towards the wall. We'll check some splits as they make it there. Swanson was the first. It looked like, no, Navarro rather. They had Navarro at 31:03, and they had Swanson just behind. So as they made those touches at the end, it looked like they had Navarro coming in just ahead. Now we'll take a look. Nope, the times are on the board. My apologies. It's going to be Hunter Swanson of Fargo Davies landing the top spot in that heat at 2:02.34. And Daniel Navarro comes in at 2:02.89. So a good swim today for Hunter Swanson of Fargo Davies, as Swanson ends up taking home the top spot. And so 2:02.34 for Swanson. That'll be the time he puts on the board, trying to crack the top 8 as we get going in the final heat of the boys 200-yard freestyle. And Isaiah Ayers, the swimmer to watch for West Fargo in lane 4, turning in a 1:42.85 this season. Justin Severson of West Fargo Cheyenne, lane 1. Tanner Johnson of Bemidji, lane 2. Camden Ekblad Lundby in lane 3 out of Williston. Ayers out of West Fargo, number 4. And number 5, Noah Ayers of West Fargo, a senior. In lane 6, it'll be J.J. Kalash of Cheyenne. Michael Schill of the Night Riders in lane 7. And in lane 8 is Grant Schluchter of Fargo Davies. And again, this is the placing heat. We have some results from the first event of the day that we'll pass along to you as well that have become final now. But as we take a look, we do see a good lead being built early by Isaiah Ayers. Really good start as he makes his way through. He makes the turn at 27 seconds on his latest lap, and an overall of 51.05, making his way to the halfway point of the race. And so Ayers, really good turns, probably off of his overall pace, but very close to it. And at the same time, taking a pretty commanding lead as you take a look at it as you see it. Isaiah Ayers, pretty good lead by probably 15 yards, maybe 20 yards, or rather I should say 10 yards over the competition at this point, but a pretty good lead right now for Ayers, making another good turn. Camden Ekblad Lundby out of Williston, making a good effort of a really good race here for 2, 3, and 4 going on between those swimmers. West Fargo Cheyenne's J.J. Kalash putting himself in the conversation for second. And right now, maybe just a bit of an edge on Camden Ekblad Lundby of Williston. But the time comes to the wall, and Isaiah Ayers going to take this one home. And the race for second looks to go out to Ekblad, or rather looks to go out to Kalash of West Fargo Cheyenne. Ayers comes in a 1:45.49, and Kalash of Cheyenne a 1:50.33. Times coming up on the board all the way through, and the third place spot will go to, as we mentioned, Camden Ekblad Lundby. He'll turn in a 1:51.82. And the final spot in the heat is going to be 2:04.65 for Grant Schluchter of Fargo Davies. And so a chance there for a competitor out of Heat 4 to crack in there into the final 8. Results have come in the previous event today, and that previous event was the boys' 200-yard medley relay, and West Fargo won it. Overall time of 1:37.64. Moorhead was second, Minot third, Bismarck fourth, West Fargo Cheyenne fifth, Williston sixth, Bemidji seventh, and the Night Riders did come in eighth at 1:50.68. That was fantastic to see. We thought they had a chance to crack in to the top 8, and they did with a 1:50.68. So a good race today for the Night Riders to make their way onto the final podium of this one today. And we get ready now for event number 3 of the day, which is the boys' 200-yard individual medley. There will be 4 heats of this, and we'll be back to take a look at the final heats of this one in just a couple of moments. We'll take a break as we continue our coverage of the day. You'll be able to take a look at the swimming as it goes along here today. And just a couple of skaters, or I should say not skaters, but swimmers coming out of hockey last night. My apologies, folks, in this opening heat. But we'll see the third and fourth heats of this one coming up in just a bit. We'll turn it back over to the video coverage right after we give you the results. So we do have the results now of the boys' 200-yard freestyle. And we did see a couple of swimmers out of heat number 4 make their way to the podium today in the 200-yard freestyle. Isaiah Ayers of West Fargo, a 1:45.49 wins it. J.J. Kalash of West Fargo Cheyenne, second at 1:50.33. Camden Ekblad Lundby comes in third for Williston at 1:51.82. Noah Ayers of West Fargo fourth at 1:53.27. Tanner Johnson of Bemidji fifth at 1:55.17. Michael Schill of the Night Riders was sixth at 1:58.48. And then 2 of the swimmers that were in heat 4 today, the slower of the 2 heats, having really good races today. Hunter Swanson, his best time before this, 2:04.81, eclipses that with a 2:02.34 for Fargo Davies. Swanson comes in 7th. And Devin Navarro, the freshman for the Night Riders, best time previous, 2:03.60, turns in a 2:02.89 today in the boys' 200-yard freestyle, and that will put him in the top 8 today. So a couple of place winners there in the top 8 for Swanson and Navarro, and they place out to 16. But a really, really good event for Isaiah Ayers of West Fargo today to take home the championship of the boys' 200-yard freestyle. And those are the latest results that we have for you. We get ready for the second heat of the boys' 200-yard individual medley, and we'll leave it on the camera coverage for this one as we get continuing in this on the individual medley. And we'll be back with more, but continue to take in the video shot and the sights and sounds of the Grand Forks Invitational Swim and Dive Invite at the Hislop Sports Center in Grand Forks today on KNOX Live Sports.
Back.
B2.
Back. Good job, kid. What do you swim next? 105? Okay. Okay. Can you come up here? Huh? Can you come up here?
Can I ask you to stick your microphone to your live or here? Can you move down there?
For those of you that were tuning in there, we had a spectator trying to communicate with one of the swimmers. My apologies. They got right into our sound effect microphone, so we had to move them out of the way. Normally the crowd sees that, and then that usually doesn't happen again, right? This is heat 2 of the boys 200-meter individual medley, and the competitors here are Pato Herrera Grant of West Fargo, Jenner Baumgartner of Bismarck, Winton Vestal of Williston, Peter Sambo of Moorhead, Andrews Johnson of the Knight Riders, and Hayden Booth of Moorhead. 6 competitors. They have them in lanes 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, and 7. And Andrews Johnson is an 8th grader that's currently in lane 6 for the Knight Riders. This is heat 2 of the boys 200-meter, or 200-yard rather, individual medley. Okay, we get ready now for heat number 3 of the boys 50-yard, no, rather, I apologize, the boys 200-meter individual medley, rather. This will be heat 3, and the competitors will be Titus Googlich in lane 1 from Williston. And in lane 2, you'll see William Schroeder of Moorhead. Lane 3, Elias Eberhard of the Knight Riders. Lane 4, Jack Chamberlain of West Fargo. Kana Boonrong of West Fargo Cheyenne in lane 5. In lane 6, it'll be Andrew Almond of West Fargo Cheyenne. I'm sorry, my apologies. Richard Gladue is in lane 6 for Fargo Davies. Emmett Moran of Williston, lane 7, and Padre Kellum in lane 8. And that's what we have as far as heat 3. Now, the best time in this heat coming in, Jack Chamberlain of West Fargo at 2:27.02. And that's a second better than the rest of the heat, as Kana Boonrong of West Fargo Cheyenne at 2:28.04. So a second better there, trying to make the final top 8. And the best swimmer of the event is Logan Inglestead of West Fargo. Logan Inglestead coming in the final heat at 2:01.30. And that will put him about 4 seconds ahead of everybody else in the heat as well. And so that's what we have for you, and you can see this heat fairly close throughout a handful of the lanes that are out there. As we take a look at the progress on this one, really tough to tell, but you go to the very outside in lane 8, and Moorhead's Padraig Kellum seems to have just a bit of a nod, although in lane 5, Conaboonrong of West Fargo Cheyenne also making up some ground during this turn, and he's beginning to get into a very tight race in lane 4 with Jack Chamberlain of West Fargo, or at least what was supposed to be Jack Chamberlain of West Fargo. That looks like, yeah, it is a Packer that's there. They've got a couple of different caps here today. And so on the next turn, we see lane 4's Jack Chamberlain widening things out against Conaboonrong, making their way into the next stroke. So a pretty good run there for Chamberlain coming out of that latest run, and now Chamberlain making a really aggressive turn off the wall and trying to charge with Boonrong trying to catch up to him. You could see those two. Lane 4 and 5, it's close. And we'll see Chamberlain getting the wall. And the crowd coming to life behind him. I wonder if Chamberlain's turned in a best time. Oh yeah, he did, by a monster. Jack Chamberlain turns in a 2:23.43, and that is 3.5 seconds better than his best time throughout the course of the year. 3.5 ahead of his seed time, and a 2:23.43 still puts him out of striking distance from the top swimmers out of heat 4, but a good chance to be right around 7th, 8th place by the time this one is done. That's a great heat for Jack Chamberlain of West Fargo, and his crowd was definitely behind him. We get ready for the final heat of the boys' 200-yard individual medley. And again, the top swimmer in this, Logan Ingolstead of West Fargo, a 2:01.30s in lane 4. Next best time, Jonah Ayers of West Fargo, a 2:05.11 his seed time in lane 5. From there, it's Justin Jong of Fargo Navies in lane 3. Andrew Almond of West Fargo Cheyenne, lane 6. In lane 2, it'll be Andrew Francis of Minot. In lane 7, Hunter Hard of Williston. And in lane 1, Oliver Sebald of West Fargo Cheyenne. And in lane 8, Barrett Hanegreffs of Minot. But Jack Chamberlain, the story so far for West Fargo, coming in 3.5 seconds better than his seed time, 2:23 and change, and trying to make his way into the top 8 with a brilliant race that he was able to swim today. As we take a look at this one, you can see Jonah Ayers, lane 4, and in lane 5. Actually, Jonah Ayers in lane 5, Logan Ingolstead in lane 4, and it's Ingolstead getting off to a pretty sizable lead here in the heat. We mentioned that he's got a 9-second seed time, a 9-second advantage on the seed time in lane number 4, and he is just right now dominating the field. And we expected to see this when we took a look at those seed times. And a very, very good race thus far for Logan Ingolstead of West Fargo. Coming to the wall, I believe, at the halfway point here, a 36.81 lap for Ingolstead, a 1:32.28 at that point. That may be a little bit further in than halfway. My apologies. Yeah, they're into the 7th turnaround here, and Ingolstead making his way towards the final stretch in this one, trying to improve his dominance on the field. And he makes his way towards the wall. We'll get an unofficial time for us here as Ingolstead comes in for the touch at unofficially 2 minutes and 17 hundredths. They've got him at 2 minutes and 39. So a great race today for Ingolstead of West Fargo. He's going to better his seed time by about a full second. He was a 2:01.30 coming in. He'll be at a 2 minute and 39 hundredths of a second stop. That's a fantastic run. But all 8 swimmers coming in ahead of 2:19 in that final heat. Second going to go to Ayers of West Fargo as well. And third will go to Justin Jong of Fargo Navies. So a good run for those 3. Good race, but definitely dominance shown today in the 200-yard individual medley for Logan Ingolstead of West Fargo. And now we move on to the boys' 50-yard freestyle. There will be 12 heats of the boys' 50-yard freestyle, just down and back, 12 heats. And so we'll allow you to take that in with our video coverage and we'll get ready for the final couple of heats coming up in just a bit. Want to thank our sponsors, Rivard's Turf and Forage, a premium seed dealer in Grand Forks, Rivards.com for all of their products at Rivards.com, and Grand Trailer Sales, your home for all things trailer in East Grand Forks, bringing you our coverage of this event today. Again, this is the boys' 50-yard freestyle taking place right now, and we'll be back for the final couple of heats in a bit. Until then, continue to take in the video coverage.
Heat 4. Heat 5. Heat 6. Heat 7.
We continue our coverage today of the Grand Forks Swimming and Diving Invitational going on at the Hislop Sports Center here today in Grand Forks. We have made our way to Heat 8 of the boys 50-meter freestyle. There are 12 heats of this event, and so we're getting ready to begin our commentary. Heats 11 and 12. The results have come in the boys 200-yard individual medley, and those results are final. And as we mentioned, Logan Ingolstead swimming a very good race today. He'll eclipse his seat time by nearly a full second with a 2-minute and 39 hundredths of a second performance today, besting his seat time of 2:01:30. Coming into the event, just an 8th grader having a great career early for West Fargo. Jonah Ayers of West Fargo will come in second, also besting his seat time with a 2:04:84. That was about 0.3 of a second better than his seed time of 2:05:11. And West Fargo takes the top 2 spots in the boys 200-yard individual medley. Fargo Davies' Justin Jang was 3rd. 4th was Andrew Allman of West Fargo Cheyenne. Andrew Francis of Minot was 5th. Oliver Seavald of West Fargo Cheyenne was 6th. Hunter Hart of Williston was 7th. And Barrett Hanegreffs was 8th from Minot. And the top 8 swimmers that were in the fastest heat do end up making their way to the top 8 spots today. Good race, though, for Jack Chamberlain today, besting his seed time for West Fargo. He cut 3.5 seconds off of his seed time. A 2:23:43 today, better than his 2:27:02 coming in. And Kana Boonrong of West Fargo Cheyenne, coming in about 3.5 seconds faster than his seed time as well. Swimming a 2:24.63, better than a 2:28.04 that he had coming in. And for the Night Riders today, Elias Eberhard, a junior, turning in a 2:25.23, and that was 4 seconds faster than his seed time of 2:29.28. So congratulations going out to Elias Eberhard of of Grand Forks, besting his seed time by a full 4 seconds today. Some really good performances there. We're getting ready for Heat 11 and Heat 12 of the 50-yard event that we have for you today, the 50-yard freestyle, and we'll have those coming up in just a couple of moments. Stay with us. This will be Heat 11 for the boys 50-yard freestyle event that we have for you today. And we'll introduce you to the competitors. Heat 11, fastest time for a seed is Francis Casey of Moorhead, Minnesota. Francis Casey coming into the 23:24. Behind him at 23:32, Caden Hurwicz of Williston. So we'll be watching lanes 4, lane 5 rather closely here. Best opportunity for top 8 performances today. Good race out of lane 6 for Parker Wake of Minot, trying to lead the field. And back towards lane 3, we see a positive time coming up. That was Matthew Brendamule of Moorhead, swimming a pretty good event. And we'll see what comes up on the board. My time on the screen will be a little bit late on that. And let's see, Wake coming in at 23:34, second in the heat. And Larson in lane 3, and they had that as Brendamule on the sheet, but as we saw, that was a good race out of lane 3 that could put some pressure on the top 8 performances. And now here comes Heat 12 in this particular event. Heat 12 in the 50-yard freestyle. It's Brody Engelstead of West Fargo, a 20.95 in lane 4, the fastest time. Blake Nelson of Bismarck, a 21.45 in lane 5 as the two competitors to watch in this event. And they've got a great race going on that is neck and neck right now. Maybe just a bit of an edge in lane 4 going to Brody Engelstead, and he winded out in the last 10 to 15 meters that Engelstead and turns in a 21.17 today for the top spot. He'll best Nelson of Bismarck, who came in second at 21.78, but 21.17 for Engelstead, not quite his best time of the season, but Engelstead of West Fargo comes in with a very solid time and will win the boys 50-yard freestyle event today. So a really nice race there for Engelstead, coming up, besting the field late, as they had a really good race going on between those two right in the middle of that race, and then it was the final few strides that saw that one widen things out, and Engelstead takes it home for what we anticipate to be the championship today. We're getting ready for the boys 100-yard butterfly. There will be 3 heats of the boys 100-yard butterfly coming up, or are there 5 heats? My apologies, folks. Looks like there are 5 heats for the boys 100-yard butterfly. But it looks like are they stopping down for diving? They did say event 5 was going to be the boys 1-meter diving event. Now, they had said that they were going to do all of the diving at one time later today, but there are no new competitors getting into the pool, and so they may have decided that they're going to go towards a diving event as event 5. They did say that that's typical. They'll get warm-ups for the diving going on out in the middle, but we had been told that the diving event was going to take place later in the day, so that might be a little bit of a change of schedule. We'll get those results for you for the 50 meters coming up. We'll keep you on the camera view here from the Hislop, and then we'll come back and tell you a bit more about where we're going next as we continue our coverage of the Grand Forks Invitational Swim Dive event here at the Hislop Sports Center in Grand Forks on KNOX Live Sports.
61 points, Bismarck. In sixth with 62 points, Florida Davies. In fifth with 73 points, Grand Forks. In fourth with 76 points, Minot. In third with 89 points, Florida. In second with 102 points, West Fargo Cheyenne. And in first place with 156 points, West Fargo.
All right, for those of you joining us today for our coverage of the Grand Forks Invitational, we did confirm that the diving is going to come up later in the day. The diving is not going to take place now. It's in the order of events, and the heat sheets today is going on now, but that diving will not be going on now. However, we're being told that they are in a break. They're taking a 15-minute break for a rest for the swimmers, and so we'll have one of those going on as well. I'll give you an opportunity to hear from a couple of our sponsors, so we'll do that for you here today, and then we'll get ready and come back with the results of the 50-yard freestyle as well. So hang on with us. We'll get those results coming up for you. First, let's take a break, and we'll come back with more in a moment from the Grand Forks Invitational Swimming and Diving Championships.
When you're in pain, you need more than just a doctor. You need a problem solver. Count on All True Orthopedics and Sports Medicine and get back to what moves you.
Whether it's a golf course, your lawn, a pasture on your farm, cover crop, or even a food plot to help you get that big buck, Rivard's Turf and Forage of Grand Forks has developed, mixed, and packaged the premium specialized seed you need for almost every application. Plus, they also carry a full line of ice melter products for your home or business. To check out all their products, go to rivards.com.
Grand Trailer Sales in East Grand Forks is your go-to spot for enclosed utility, flatbed, and dump trailers in the Red River Valley. They have the biggest selection on hand of trailers with great pricing. If you're looking for parts, service, or simply to buy, trade, or rent a trailer, stop into East Grand Forks. GrandTrailersSales.com.
Spray Advantage of Grand Forks carries everything you need for the chemical and fertilizer application on your farm. They have pumps, tips, and tanks from 3 gallons all the way up to 10,000 gallons on hand. They can help with parts and accessories for the fertilizer and tillage equipment on your farm too. Go to SprayAdvantage.com.
Picture yourself at Lake Region State College. With faculty and staff here to help you succeed, we know you by name. Picture your success as you get hands-on ready for the workforce or transfer on to earn your bachelor's degree. Lake Region State College. We change lives.
Apex Apparel is your quick turnaround apparel and promotional item shop in Grand Forks. If you're looking for direct-to-garment printing, embroidery work, or a huge selection of promotional items, come to Apex Apparel, your locally owned, family-run, quick turnaround apparel shop in Grand Forks.
Your family deserves clean, filtered water. High Plains Water offers Millennium Drink Water System, which delivers great-tasting water and also eliminates harmful impurities. Professionally installed and maintained by High Plains Water of Grand Forks. See them at highplainswater.com.
Rust, salt, and time are the biggest enemies for a fuel tank. Never fear, because Grand Forks Welding is here to take care of your enemies for you. We not only fix or patch your tanks, but we can custom fabricate any kind of replacement fuel tanks or service unit. Go to grandforkswelding.com.
If you've got an electrical emergency, call RBB Electric. We are your 24/7 electrician. Your call will always be answered by an RBB employee ready to help 24/7. RBB Electric is on time every time. Your time is valuable, and we don't waste it. RBB Electric always...
It's hard to explain what this feels like. We could try to put it into words, but nothing compares to experiencing it for yourself. You just have to get in the seat.
Visit True North Equipment at any of our 10 locations or at www.truenorthequipment.com. Big Jim's Tire is the area's #1 farm and ag tire supplier, and with harvest here, you want the best. Best tires, best service, and Big Jim's will get it done fast to get you moving again. Big Jim's Tire, Grand Forks.
We welcome you back to our coverage of the Grand Forks Invitational Swim Dive event that we have going on here at the Hislop Sports Center in Grand Forks today. We're in a break between events. We're getting ready for the 100-yard butterfly, which is coming up next. So that'll be the next event, but they're in the middle of a 15-minute pause to allow the swimmers to warm up. We do have the results that are now final for the boys' 50-yard freestyle that have come in today. And as we called for you, Brody Engelstedt, a 21-17, that's going to take home the championship today. of the boys 50-yard freestyle for West Fargo. Bismarck's Blake Nelson with a 21.78, about a half a second off the pace that was set by Brody Ingolstead today. Sehan, I'm going to try this as best I can for those of you in Moorhead today. Nago Devathana, I gave it a shot. Sahan Nagadevathana, I'll go with that, a 22.54, and he cut his seed time down by 3/4 of a second today. So a really good race for Sahan today. Isaac Elhard, a 22.60, comes in fourth. Grand Forks Night Riders best performance, Avery Berg of the Night Riders will place fifth today at a 22.94, right around his seed time that he had for today coming in. So a placing in the top six today, rather five, for the Night Riders there. And again, another event won today by a West Fargo Packer, Brody Ingolstead, at 21.17. The Packers have put together a very, very good event today. And we have some results that have come in now as far as team results are concerned after the completion of those first four events of the day. As we mentioned, the Packers taking a big lead over their rivals, West Fargo Cheyenne. West Fargo at 156 points, Cheyenne at 102, Moorhead has 89, Minot 76, and the Night Riders have 73 points at this point in the event. We'll take another break, and we'll come back with more in a couple of moments. We're getting ready for that next event, which will be the boys' 100-yard butterfly. There will be 5 heats of that. We'll have the final 2 races for you coming up. We'll get you back to camera view after the break for our sponsors of KNOX Live Sports that we have with us all throughout the course of the season. And again, we thank all of you for joining us wherever you may be around the region today for our coverage of swimming and diving from the Grand Forks Invitational Swimming and Diving Championships here on KNOX Live Sports.
From tears in your car, truck, boat, or farm equipment seats to making boat covers or complete restorations of the interior of your hot rod, Finest Auto Trim in Grand Forks can make the inside of your rides look brand new again. Big or small, at Finest Auto Trim, we can cover it all. To check out our services, go to finestautotrim.com or stop out on Demers Avenue in Grand Forks to get your quote today.
When you think breakfast, you think Perkins Restaurant. Whether you keep it simple with a fresh-baked mammoth muffin and coffee or go all out and try the tremendous 12 breakfast, Perkins Restaurant is your breakfast place. Perkins Restaurant and a great breakfast make the perfect team. Since 1972, Jarrell's Sports Center and Hockey World has provided year-round sporting goods, apparel, and of course, hockey equipment and training tools. You'll also find they have a state-of-the-art skate sharpening machine to give you the edge you need for anything sports. Stop into Jarrell's and Hockey World.
Residents of the Midwest are known for being self-starters and getting the job done. But when it comes to electrical work, it's best to call a professional. Hi, this is Steve from Bergstrom Electric. It's true that there's a certain glory to accomplishing a task on your own, but it's our experience that not only will save you time, but also the headaches that go along with home improvement projects. A simple phone call to Bergstrom Electric can make all the difference. At Bergstrom Electric, the light does shine brighter.
As guys, we all love our trucks. That's why Toys for Trucks is your headquarters for all things truck. They carry an amazing selection of rims and tires, plus floor mats, tonneau covers, hitches, plows, and even Excalibur remote car starters for any car, truck, or SUV. And the best part? They can install everything for your truck right at their location. Stop out at Toys for Trucks in Grand Forks to customize your ride, or check them out at toysfortrucks.com.
Today, the PS stands for proper service for your home, farm, or business, which is what you'll get from the team at PS Garage Doors in Grand Forks. Whether you need a door fixed or just thinking about replacing what you already have, no matter what the size, PS Doors offers the proper service for you. Get your proper service at psgaragedoors.com.
Add a pop of color and excitement to your next celebration with Balloons by Misty. Their one-of-a-kind balloon design skills and creativity will make your event unforgettable. It's always a party at Balloons by Misty. Visit balloonsbymisty.com today.
Franson Bank and Trust in Grand Forks is a community bank that caters to businesses, farms, and consumers. They provide customized financial solutions with personalized customer service. Let Franson Bank give you the banking relationship you deserve. Real people, real results.
Signature Graphics in East Grand Forks is your one-stop shop for all your branding and design needs. From embroidery, vinyl wrapping, laser print, and more, fully customized from start to finish, all in-house. Signature Graphics. We craft your vision. You watch it come to life.
we are in Heat 4 of the boys' 100-yard butterfly that we have for you today. And in Heat 4, Logan Bierke of the Knight Riders in lane 4 has the fastest seed time. This is 4:05, but right now he's in a big race with Justin Jang of Fargo Davies, and it looks like Jang is going to take home the 4th heat. Justin Jang will turn in a 32:46 in the last lap and go to 1 minute and 45 hundredths for Justin Jang, and that's better than his seed time by a full second. Logan Bierke, a 1:01.16, will best his seed time by 6 hundredths of a second. But a great race by Justin Jang in Heat 4 of the 100-yard butterfly, and now we'll get ready for Heat 5. And in Heat 5, the leader, Camden Ekblad Lundby of Williston with Isaiah Ayers of West Fargo with a 51:31. As the best time in Heat 5, he'll be in lane 4 for the Packers. With that red cap that you can see, he'll be in lane 4 getting ready to go today. And we're underway with Heat number 5 of the boys' 100-yard butterfly. Isaiah Ayers with a 51:31 is the swimmer to watch. You're down and back twice in this one. The Knight Riders do not have a swimmer in this heat, so we'll see what happens as far as the times in this heat. And right now, a good lead already being built by Isaiah Ayers in lane 4. He jumps to the wall at a 24:09 split, turns around and makes his way back up in lane number 4. Close race for second. Out in lane 5, Camden Ekblad Lundby of Bismarck, probably in the number 5 lane position in the number 2 spot, but the Packers' Isaiah Ayers turning and making his way down the home stretch. And he's got a lead of about 5 yards over Ekblad Lundby from Williston, and we'll see Ayers touch the wall at a 27:39 to finish up in a 51:48 overall, right around his seed time today. Cameron Ekblad Lundby of Williston comes in second at 54:65, and third will be Logan Hill, the Magicians, with a 55:55 today. I may have said that Ekblad hit a 54:65, not a 56, a 54:65 for Ekblad. And a third going to Logan Hill today.
100-yard freestyle, Heat 1.
So we'll move on to the next event. And the next event will be the boys' 100-yard freestyle. The last was the butterfly. There will be 9 heats of this event. So 9 heats of the boys' 100-yard freestyle, which will be event 7. And we'll wait for the official results coming in from event 6, the 100-yard butterfly. So stay with us. Those results coming up. And we have 9 heats of the boys' 100-yard freestyle. And we'll be back with heats number 8 and 9 of that coming up in a bit. Until then, continue to enjoy the video coverage from KNOX Live Sports.
Topping finishers in the 100 butterfly. In 8th, Fargo Davies, Justin Jang. In 7th, Morgan, Carter Reaper. In 6th, for Lionel, Andrew Francis. In 5th, for Morgan, Matthew Brennan. In 4th, for West Fargo Cheyenne, Jace Lowell. In 3rd, for Lionel, Logan Hill. In 2nd, for Williston, Camden Ekblad Lundby. And your top finisher with a time of 51.48 for West Fargo, Isaiah Ayers. Heat 2.
Looks like they're into a break here, folks, at the Hislop Sports Center, having some technical issues with what's happening, getting ready for Heat 5 of the boys' 100-yard freestyle. So with Heat 5 upon us, they're getting ready to try to sort that out, and we'll let them sort that out as they can get to it, and we'll continue along and see if we can't get things back under control. So looks like they're trying to get some things taken care of downstairs. That's the difficulty. That is why we have a standstill at this point. We'll keep you posted, though. We're in Heat 5, and it looks like we're just about to get that started. So good news, Heat 5 of the boys' 100-yard freestyle about to begin. We'll be back for the final couple of heats for this one, so stay with us. Well, we're coming up on Heat 7 of the boys 100 freestyle. There are 9 heats of this event here at the Grand Forks Invitational Swimming and Diving Championships. It's been a fun day so far here today. Lots to take in as we're just about a couple of hours into our event today. We had one set of technical difficulties. We apologize for that. Thank you for hanging with us as we get ready to go for Heat 7 of the event. And the fastest time in the heat, Jack Doring of Minot, who is scheduled to be in lane 4. And Jack Doring turning in a 59.81 throughout the course of the season. And Axel Anderson in lane 5 of West Fargo Cheyenne turning in a 1 minute .27 result throughout the course of the season right now. And right now it's Anderson of West Fargo Cheyenne, but out in lane 7, I believe it is. We've got a competitor coming in there that will win the heat. That's going to be Keegan Gruby of West Fargo, or at least after that first round. My apologies. Gruby had a good split time, and we'll see what happens here in the second time around. But right now, Gruby with a pretty good run of things out in lane 7 of the pool, and we'll see how they come out of the final turn here. But Gruby coming in with a seed time of 101.51, trying to challenge himself down the past 10-15 meters of this race to win the heat, and it looks like Gruby's going to do so. A 30.11 split on the last go-around, and Keegan Gruby going to win the heat with a 57.42. How about that race? Keegan Gruby cutting off 4 seconds of his seed time, came in with a best result of 101.51, and Keegan Gruby with a 57.42 for West Fargo to win Heat 7 of the boys 100 freestyle. Heck of a race for Keegan Gruby. Go to Heat 8, and in Heat 8 it'll be Kyle Yoder of Bemidji. Best team time of 55.98, and Yoder is in lane 5 for the Lumberjacks. Again, this is Heat 8 of the boys 100-yard freestyle today here at the Hislop. Strong start out of lane 2 in the heat for Peter Wake of Minot. And you can see that Wake right now, a little bit of an edge on the competition as they make their way towards the second turn off the wall. We'll see how Wake does coming out of it. Looks like he made a little bit of a shorter turn there, but continues to be out in front of the competition. So Peter Wake of Minot stepping in and taking some control here in lane number 2. And off the wall, here comes Wake again, getting a little challenge now in lane 3 from Michael Shear of the Night Riders as they make their way towards the wall. And it's going to be Wake, and it looks like followed by Schill. So Peter Wake of Minot, I believe, came in. Now they haven't put a time up for him as of yet. I wonder if Wake was disqualified. They've got Michael Schill on the wall at 53.81, and Michael Schill's going to win the heat. That's a great race for Michael Schill. 53.81. Best seed time was 56.10. So Michael Schill puts him in a nice spot. They don't have a time up there in lane 2 for Peter Wake, and it looked like Peter Wake had come in ahead of that heat. And right now, Wake coming out of the pool. And again, we were told, as this is my first experience with swimming, that there can be some disqualifications that take place throughout the course of a heat. And so it may be that Wake suffered one of those. I can't say that that happened, folks. And they may still be sorting out some technical issues on the timing side of things. But we do know that Michael Schill in lane 3, a 53.81. Great race for Michael Schill, sophomore for the Night Riders. And this will now be the final heat. It should be heat 9 of the 100-yard, or rather the 100-yard freestyle. And Brody Engelstead of West Fargo. Brody Engelstead of West Fargo, a 46.18 as the best overall seed time in this event. He swims out of lane 4. And you can see that Engelstead early took a little bit of control of the race, but right now getting a good push in lane 5 from Blake Nelson of Bismarck. And they're separated by just a couple of moments. Also in lane 3 now, new leader, Hunter Haugen of Williston stepping in. Or correction, not lane 3. Yeah, Hunter Haugen of Williston, my apologies, stepping in and getting some things done out of lane 3. Now they make the final turn, and here they come. It's lane 4 and lane 5. Good race there. Engelstead of West Fargo, Nelson of Bismarck on your outside towards the top, and it'll be Engelstead that comes in. Time of 24 seconds in that final split. Nelson 24 and a half, and Engelstead a 46.13 that he'll turn in today, and that's 0.05 of a second faster than his seed time. So a good race today for Brody Engelstead of West Fargo, taking home number 1, and Blake Nelson will take home the number 2 spot in that heat at 47.12. All others in the 50s here today, and we'll wait for the final results to come in for the 100-yard freestyle. But that will be the next set of results that we have coming in. The next event will be the boys' 500-yard freestyle, and a little bit of a longer race, and there are 4 heats of this, so we'll be away for just a little bit. You'll have a chance to continue to take it in via the video coverage, but we'll be away on this one as we get ready for the boys' 500-yard freestyle, which will be the next event out. And just for those of you in the Grand Forks area that are checking in today, Night Riders have a couple of racers in this one. A 7th grader, Ryan Johnson, and a senior, Jace Jensen, that will be out there for the 500-yard freestyle. Allow you to take it in here on KNOX Live Sports.
Heat 2.
Welcome back to our coverage of the Grand Forks Invitational Swimming and Diving Championships today at the Hislop Sports Center in Grand Forks, as Heat 2 of the boys 500-meter freestyle comes to an end. We have some results to pass along from the 100-yard freestyle for the boys today. Now let's go ahead and pass those along to you. We call the final race for you. Brody Engelstead with a 46-13 to win the event for West Fargo today. Blake Nelson a 47-12 in second place today. Hunter Haugen 51-72 for Williston was third. And West Fargo Cheyenne's Ronan Orlowski comes in fourth at 51-74. Zach Budd of Williston was fifth at 52-04. Peter Wake of Minot sixth at 53-32. Michael Schill of Grand Forks had a great race today. 53-81 for Michael Schill. He improved on his overall seed time. Michael Schill was in heat 8 of 9 today. He came in with a 56-10 and improves that by nearly 2.5 seconds. And because of that, he ends up with a spot in the top 8 today. And Kyle Yoder of Bemidji ends up in the number 8 spot with a 54-76 today. And that's a good race for Kyle Yoder as well, as he came in with a 55-98 seed time and at 54-76, a second better plus than his seed time so far this year. So a couple of those swimmers that were from heat number 2 able to make their way into the top 8 in heat number 1 today. But Brody Engelstead, another win. West Fargo more team points, and the Packers dominant right now. West Fargo with 207 team points. West Fargo Cheyenne with 139, Minot 130. Moorhead has 115, Williston 111, and the Night Riders of Grand Forks now with 98 team points. Bismarck 87, Fargo Davies 76, and Bemidji with 66 team points today of the 9 teams that are here. West Fargo continuing a dominant day, and a good race for second between West Fargo Cheyenne and Minot. Moorhead in striking distance, Williston in striking distance of Moorhead, separated by just 4 points at 115-111 for Moorhead in the number 4 spot. And those are the latest results that we have for you today. After 7 events have been completed, we are in event 8 right now, and it's the boys 500-yard freestyle. This is heat 3 of 4 for the boys 500-yard freestyle. Justin Severson of West Fargo Cheyenne, a 5:24.96, the best seed time in this heat. Maddox Anderson of Cheyenne, a 5:28, next best seed time today. But again, if you're trying to gain ground on the Packers, in heat 4, the fast heat today, Noah Ayers, 5:06.32, Isaac Elhard, 5:06.77. Those are the folks to watch when you get into this one coming up in the final fast heat that we have for you today. So that's where we're at. We'll come back and bring you the finals of this particular event, the 500-yard freestyle, in just a bit. Continue to enjoy our video coverage here at KNOXradio.com and KNOX Live Sports as we continue our coverage of the Grand Forks Invitational Swimming and Diving Championships. And we're back with more in just a bit. Heat number 3 of the boys 500-meter freestyle event coming to a conclusion, and we're set to go into the final heat today. And this will be a bit of a longer race, obviously. These races take 5 minutes or so. Not exactly the quick sprints that we're used to, right? However, we get ready for Heat 4, and the swimmer to watch is Noah Ayers of West Fargo. 5:06.32. He'll be in lane 4 today. You can see him in a black skull cap, and he's got the West Fargo green Packer logo on it, and he is the swimmer to watch in the 500 freestyle with a 5:06.32. Isaac Elhard of West Fargo, a teammate at 5:06.77 on the outside of him, lane 5. As you take a look at our coverage today on your video screen, lane 1 is near us, lane 8 is on the outside. And so the two West Fargo swimmers that are going to be against one another as challengers wearing different colored caps today. As you'll see Ayers of West Fargo, lane 4 with the quick seed time in the black cap, and Isaac Elhard of West Fargo is in the red cap. The other contestants that are in Heat 4 today include Avery Berg of the Night Riders, who comes in with a seed time of 5:12.15. That is the 4th best seed time in this final heat. J.J. Kalash of West Fargo Cheyenne of 5:12.04 has the 3rd best time. And then from there, in lane 2, Kyler Eichmann of West Fargo Cheyenne of 5:12.22. And again, the name that I struggled to pronounce earlier, but Sahan Nagodivianta. I'm going to try that again. Nagodavathana. Again, for those of you in Moorhead, certainly apologize. Sahan Nagodavathana, lane 7, 5:20.24. Lane 1, Tanner Johnson of Bemidji at 5:20.36, and Greg Meidinger of Fargo Davies, an 8th grader, at 5:20.57. He's the youngest of the bunch that are in this Heat 4. So, again, we see the finals of this one beginning to tick out. And right now, as we take a look at it, we do see a pretty sizable lead for Isaac Elhard, the freshman from West Fargo. It is a senior of West Fargo, Noah Ayers, that is in lane 4 right now, and we'll see if Ayers kind of paces himself here, if Elhard's out in front more quickly. As right now, Isaac Elhard with a pretty good lead, about a 15-yard lead at this point. And Elhard continuing to swim strongly. We'll get some splits coming up. We're about 2 minutes into the race, a race that takes usually about 5 minutes, so probably at about the halfway point at this point in the race. And Elhard, a 31:30 lap and a 2:26 time overall right now. Noah Ayers, a 32:27 lap and an overall time of 2:32.84. So right now, Isaac Elhard definitely having the better of the races here. Avery Berg for the Night Riders is in lane 6. And Berg right now, not terribly off the pace at this point. He's about halfway, about maybe 15 yards behind, but currently trailing Moorhead's swimmer, Sahan Nagodavathanta, out in lane 7. But a good chase being given right now by Avery Berg, who came in with the 4th best seed time in the race. However, Nagodavathana of Moorhead outdoing him in a duel on the outside of the pool. But the story right now is Isaac Elhard of West Fargo, who continues to lead. You see him on your screen there as he passes underneath the ribbons, making his way towards the wall once again. Gets a good push in a 31:67 lap. And a 3:29.25 turned into this point. And teammate Noah Ayers kind of hanging back a little bit. And Ayers has been involved in a lot of events today for West Fargo. And right now, maybe kind of pacing himself for something else, or might just be tired out because Elhard is just turning in a terrific race at this point. Elhard coming back towards the wall again, and a lead right now that would put him about maybe 4 or 5 yards out in front of Nagodavathana of Moorhead. And so we might start to see some of the pack catching back up to Elhard, but Elhard continues to swim well. And actually, on this lap down the pool, he's widened out that lead on Nagodavathana. And you can see him coming back again. I think it's 2 more times they've got to go back and forth. And Nagodavathana has closed the gap again here on the home stretch. The bell rings for the final lap, and Sahan Nagodavathana of Moorhead is giving Isaac Elhard a run for his money, and Nagodavathana is continuing to strengthen out as they come to the final lap that they'll have to turn in. So we'll watch this one play out, and we'll see a great race for Sahan Nagodavathana of Moorhead. He's got the lead right now on Elhard as they come to the wall for the last time, and it looks like we'll see a bit of an upset as Sahan Nagodavathana turns in a 27.67 lap down the stretch and takes it home in an unofficial time of 5 minutes and 86 hundredths of a second, and he comes from behind to capture the race against Isaac Elhard. And Sahan Nagodavathana, a 5:20.24 as his best seed time coming in. Sahan Nagodavathana is going to cut 20 seconds off of his seed time in the boys' 500-yard freestyle. What a race for the Moorhead Spud, a sophomore who will go on to claim the championship. Isaac Elhard finishes third. And for the Night Riders, Avery Berg comes in with a strong fifth-place performance, turns in a 5:10.34. Berg cuts a couple of seconds off of his seed time, which was 5:12.15. So a good race for the Night Riders in that heat from Avery Berg. And he comes in number 5. But Sahan Nagodavathana of Moorhead, 5 minutes, 86 hundredths of a second. A fantastic race today in the 500-meter freestyle for Sahan Nagodavathana. And he looks to have captured the championship as we'll await the official results to come in. But fantastic race today between those two competitors. And Sahan Nagodavathana, a 5:20.24. That was 6th best in the heat. And he'll claim the top spot in the heat today as we get ready to move on to the boys' 200-yard freestyle. This will be a freestyle relay for the boys. And there will be 4 heats of the relay for the boys. The first heat will be Bemidji, Williston, Minot, West Fargo Cheyenne, and Grand Forks. So the Night Riders will be in lane 6 of this heat. And a number of teams are entering multiple teams in this one. Now, the Night Riders will not have swimmers in heat number 4 of this one. It looks like their only team they're going to enter in the boys' 200-yard freestyle for the Night Riders will be actually heats 1 and 2. They'll have a couple of competitors in heats 1 and 2. So we'll keep track of how those swimmers are swimming things out here today. But the fastest heat coming up will not include the Night Riders, so we'll keep an eye on it. And here in the first heat of the boys' 200-yard freestyle relay, Ryan Johnson, a 7th grader, Atticus Kennert, a 7th grader, Cody Paschal, a freshman, and Cade Carey, a 7th grader, will head out and take over the opening relay. And Ryan Johnson will swim the opening leg, and we'll allow you to take this in. We'll drop in a comment or two here or there as we watch the Night Riders compete in this first heat of the boys' 200-yard freestyle relay, which is event number 9 here today. Good heat being turned in by West Fargo Cheyenne in lane 5 as they make their way to their 3rd swimmer. And the Night Riders out in lane 6, kind of bringing up the back end of the pack. Very young team for the Night Riders out in lane 6 in this first heat of the boys' 200-yard freestyle relay, as the relay continues with West Fargo Cheyenne in the lead. should be the final leg of this opening heat of the 200-yard freestyle. And Cheyenne had a nice lead, but we're seeing a comeback effort from Minot in lane 4. Cheyenne's going to win the heat, but the Magicians came back to cut some time off of that. Final leg for the Magicians, swam by Xavier Oswald, a sophomore today, and made a good run of it to try to get back into a top spot. And final time 2:07.86 today for West Fargo Cheyenne in lane 5. And in lane 4, Minot at 2:08.71 will come in with the number 2 spot. And again, the team of the Knight Riders, Ryan Johnson, Atticus Knert, Cody Paschal, Cade Carey, coming in the number 5 spot in that heat. We get ready now for the second of 4 heats in the boys 200-yard freestyle relay. And the Knight Riders will be in lane 8 in the outside of the pool. Jace Jensen, Espen Johnson, along with Christian Borden and Caden Balkowicz, that will do battle for the Knight Riders in this second heat out of 4 of the 200-yard freestyle relay. In this heat, we'll see Bemidji in lane 1, Fargo Davies in lane 2, Minot in lane 3, Williston in lane 4. Oh, a Knight Rider team in lane 5 as well. My apologies, folks. Grand Forks has Nathan Hind, an 8th grader, Elliott Steele, an 8th grader, Caius Knert, a sophomore, and Anders Johnson, an 8th grader, in lane 5. West Fargo Cheyenne in lane 6, Bismarck in lane 7, and the Knight Riders again in lane 8. So heat 2 of 4 of the boys 200-yard freestyle relay. And we'll take it in and give you some updates as we go about the heat. As we get ready for the final leg of this heat, pretty good challenge going on out there in lane 6 from West Fargo Cheyenne. The Mustangs first off of the platform here. This team from West Fargo Cheyenne of Andrew Rexon, Matt Pribula, Garrett Roy, and Riker Platfers seem to have taken a bit of a lead here in this second heat out of 4. Little challenge coming in from the Knight Riders in lane 5, racing a pretty good race here as well, but right now the race belongs to West Fargo Cheyenne in the 6th lane, and now a great stride late by Williston in lane 4 to try to close it up. And we'll see the final times coming in, and it will be West Fargo Cheyenne in lane 6, a 152.15. In lane 3, the Magicians, a 152.56. And then in lane 5, the Knight Riders with a 152.61. And in 4th place will be lane 4's Williston at 152.99. So really good stretch there by Williston to try to close it up with the Knight Riders, and came up just a little bit short in the heat as we get ready to go to heat number 3 of the boys 200-yard freestyle. We'll see West Fargo in lane 1, Moorhead in lane 2, another Knight Rider team, how did I miss them, in lane 3, Elias Eberhard will be in that lane, along with Bennett Johnson, Lincoln Steele, and Michael Schill. That'll be another, I don't know how we missed the Knight Riders this many times when I was looking through the list. My apologies, folks. Williston's in lane 4, Moorhead in lane 5, West Fargo Cheyenne lane 6, Minot lane 7, and Bismarck in lane 8. And we'll continue to watch this one through. The top time in this heat is Williston with a 141.39. The team of Hunter Hart, Pete Hardcastle, Brennan DeLorme, and Caden Hurovich, a 141.39, the top time in the heat at this point as we make our way into heat number 3 of the boys 200-yard freestyle. Well, halfway through the race, and we see the Moorhead Spuds with a seed time of 1:42.71. Gavin DeCray, Aaron Volk, Gabriel Chavez, who's in the pole right now, and Ben Thiel kind of taking control of this third heat. However, getting a bit of a push from the Night Riders here in lane 3, and the Night Riders and Spuds neck and neck. And a great pickup by the Night Riders at the end of that run, and the Night Riders were first in the pool on this leg right now, so Grand Forks chance to have a really solid race here as we come down towards the finish of this one. They make the turns off the wall, and right now the Night Riders lane 3, Michael Schill, and Williston in lane 4, Caden Hurovich. Good race between these two. Boy, that's neck and neck, and we'll see who got there first. Unofficial time of 1:40.71 on our board, and it's going to be lane 4's Williston and lane 3's Night Riders, and Grand Forks will win the heat. 1:41.37 for Grand Forks, 0.08 of a second faster than Williston's 1:41.45. So the team of Elias Eberhard, Bennett Johnson, Lincoln Steele, and Michael Schill, they will cut nearly 3 seconds off their seed time. Came in at 1:44.02, and they swim a 1:41.37 in the third heat of the 200-meter free relay today. Fantastic effort going on there for the Night Riders to win the heat as we go to the final heat of the 200-meter, or rather 200-yard freestyle relay. And the top time will once again belong to West Fargo. A 1:28.14, Isaiah Ayers, Jonah Ayers, Noah Ayers, and Brody Engelstedt set to go into the pool as the fastest team in that particular event. We'll run it down as they get ready for the race, but the team of Isaiah Ayers, Jonah Ayers, Noah Ayers, Brody Engelstedt, 1:28.14 top seed time that we have going into the final heat of the boys 200-yard freestyle relay. Now the other teams that are involved with good seed times, 1:33.39 for Moorhead, that's Matt Brendamule, Francis Casey, Carter Reburn, and Sahan Nagodavathana, who won the 500-yard freestyle earlier in come from behind fashion in an upset fashion. They have the next best seed time. And then from there, it's West Fargo Cheyenne in lane 3. Andrew Allman, Oliver Seavald, Maddox Anderson, and Justin Severson that have the next best seed time. We're in the second leg of the race, and right now the Packers with about a 4 or 5 yard lead on the Spuds, who are out in lane 5. The Packers are in lane 4, and West Fargo making a good turn. And a good long stride for the Packers. Noah Ayers bringing in the third leg of this relay for West Fargo. Good turn, but got a little push out of that turn. And Moorhead right there, just maybe 2 or 3 yards behind at this point. And we're going to have a really good race at the end of this between West Fargo and Moorhead. It looks like West Fargo got into the pool, and a great jump, a great dive from West Fargo's Brody Engelstedt. He came off the platform hard and gave his team a huge lift with what he was able to generate off the dive, and right now widens out his lead to 6 or 7 yards. And the Packers will take this one going away on a fantastic anchor leg. Final number on this one for West Fargo, a 1:28.64. 1:28.64 for West Fargo on a brilliant anchor leg by Brody Engelstedt. It's right around their seed time, but you could see that time was definitely not a factor for Brody Engelstedt on the final leg of that race. That was a heck of a race for Brody Engelstedt and a heck of a race for West Fargo as they take home the top spot. Second, we'll go to Moorhead in lane 5 with a 1:31.55, and third will come out in lane 7 for Fargo Davies, a nice swim. 1:35.38 for Davies, a little bit below their seed time. Hunter Swanson, Emmett Murphy, Justin Jang, and Kyler Eichmann coming in that situation. And now we're ready for the boys 100-yard backstroke. There will be 6 heats of this. The boys 100-yard backstroke. Atticus Knert will be in lane 1 near us, does not have a seed time, and he will be the Night Rider that's in this heat. We'll take this one in. Also a Knight Anderson in lane 3 as well with a seed time of 1:39.38 as we get into the 100-yard backstroke for the boys. While we have an opportunity, I don't believe we passed along the official results of the 500-yard freestyle as of yet. My apologies, folks. Sahan Nagodavathana, a 5-minute, 86 of a second time, cut 20 seconds off of his seed time to win the event for Moorhead. And Moorhead has been in that really tight team race. It's going to move them into third place as a team with that brilliant performance by Sahan Nagodavathana. Isaac Elhard came in second for the Packers, a 5:01.10. J.J. Kalash of West Fargo Cheyenne was third with a time of 5:08.37. The Night Riders' Avery Berg was fifth at 5:10.34. Great race for Avery Berg of Grand Forks, but the winner is Sahan Nagodavathana with a 5-minute, 86 of a second time. And while we're at it, we can also give you the official results that we just had of the boys' 200-yard freestyle relay, which was won by West Fargo today. Isaiah Ayers, Jonah Ayers, Noah Ayers, Brody Engelstedt. Time of 1:28.64. Moorhead was second at 1:31.55. Matt Brendamule, Francis Casey, Carter Reburn, and Sahan Nagodavathana. Fargo Davies third, though a good swim today for Fargo Davies at 1:35.38. Hunter Swanson, Emmett Murphy, Justin Jang, and Kyler Eichmann. Bismarck was fourth, Minot number 5. West Fargo was sixth, Bemidji seventh. The Night Riders came in eighth. Good race for the Night Riders to pick up 22 points. Elias Eberhard, Bennett Johnson, Lincoln Steele, Michael Schill, and Williston came in ninth in that event. And we'll get some updated team totals. The updated team totals that we had after the 500-meter freestyle, we haven't seen updated team totals since the 200 freestyle, but we'll get to those in a bit. But right now, through the 8 events that we had with that 500-meter freestyle, 500-yard freestyle, my apologies. West Fargo 240, a big day today. West Fargo Cheyenne comfortably in second place at 171. Moorhead's third with 143, Minot fourth, 130, and the Night Riders move back in to fifth with a 112, a point better than Williston, who has a 111, and Fargo Davies on the board at 102. Bismarck 97, and Bemidji 78 as we go into the second heat of the boys' 100-yard backstroke. And the Night Riders not present here. The best seed time, Bismarck's Parker Ketterling in lane 4 with a 1:20.44. He has the best seed time by about 3 seconds. Second heat of that event came to an end in the 100 backstroke. The top time in that heat was Parker Kettling of Bismarck. We mentioned top seed time. He actually cut his seed time by 0.3 of a second, a 1:17.74. for Parker Ketterling of Bismarck, cutting his seed time down. That's a really, really good time. In fact, a 1:17.74 would land him squarely in the third heat today. That would put him definitely in the mix in the third heat. So a great race today for Parker Ketterling of Bismarck. And Heat 3 going on now. We do have a Night Rider here in Heat 3. The top seed time in the third heat of the 100-yard backstroke is Elias Eberhard of the Night Riders with a 1:15.04. That's the top seed time, but it's just 0.05 of a second faster than Bismarck's Keaton Hintz, a 1:15.09. And then a 1:16.15 for Landon Myrold of West Fargo comes in the next spot. The other competitors here, Sam Nelson of Bismarck in lane 1, Winton Vestal of Williston lane 2, Myrold is in lane 3, Eberhard of the Night Riders lane 4, Hintz of Bismarck lane 5, Aiden Ensign of Bismarck in lane 6, Dallas Dopp, Bemidji lane 7, and Titus Guglich of West Fargo is in lane 8. So the 100-yard backstroke, and right now a good race between Eberhard and Myrold, or rather Hintz, with Hintz having the lead towards the horn. And we take a look at the board, and we're going to see that, no, we guessed incorrectly. Top spot in the heat is going to go to Titus Guglich of Williston, out in lane 8 with a time of 1:10.51. A great race by Titus Guglich of Williston. Keaton Hintz of Bismarck is number 2 at 1:12.26. And we'll see Elias Eberhard of the Night Riders in third at 1:13.42 in the heat. That'll take us to heat number 4. The Night Riders will have a couple of swimmers in the 100 backstroke in this fourth heat. That will include Elliott Steele, an 8th grader for the Night Riders at 1:11.07, and Bennett Johnson, a freshman for the Night Riders at 1:14.66. Steele will be in lane 5, Johnson in lane 8. Top seed time is Bemidji's Andrew Brzezinski with a 1:10.33. He's in lane 4. Hudson Hintz of Bismarck lane 1, Liam Corcoran of Cheyenne lane 2, Padraig Kellamamoriad lane 3, Andrew Brzezinski, as we mentioned, is lane 4 for Bemidji. Richard Gladue of the Eagles in lane 6, Hudson Riley is lane 7, and Bennett Johnson lane 8 for the Night Riders. 2 Night Riders involved in lanes 5 and 8 here in this race. Pretty even heat thus far. A little bit of an edge in lane 4 off the start from Andrew Brzezinski of Bemidji. Again, the top seed time for Brzezinski. Got a good start on this one. And after they make the turn, Brzezinski pretty much neck and neck at this point with Elliott Steele, the Night Rider. Steele with a pretty good race right now, and they're pretty much head-to-head. And out in lane 8, Bennett Johnson, the Night Riders, with a pretty good swim going on here as well as they make the next turn. Just a little bit of a nod to Steele of the Night Riders here in the heat. Maybe by a head, you could say at this point, with Steele on top of Brzezinski of Bemidji. And they'll make another turn, and we'll see as they come down the home stretch here what goes on in this heat. But a good turn again by Elliott Steele, the Night Riders, and he's got maybe a yard on a hard-charging Andrew Brzezinski of Bemidji. It's going to be tight to the end, but we're going to see Steele come into the number 1 spot and maybe a 4th or 5th place finish out in the outside lane for the Night Riders' Bennett Johnson. We'll take a look. And it's going to be Steele of the Night Riders who wins the heat with a 1:07.89. And for Steele, that will cut his seed time by nearly, well, actually well over 3 seconds. He was a 1:11.07 coming in, 1:07.89. That's good progress this season for Elliott Steele. And out in lane 8, it was a 4th place finish in the heat for Bennett Johnson, who goes to a 1:10.91, and that cuts his seed time by 3 3/4 seconds out of heat 4. We go to heat 5, a very heavy Minot heat, as Minot will have 6 competitors out of the 8 that are in the pool here in heat 5. This is the second to the last heat. Top seed time belongs to Isaiah Barthnick of Minot with a 1:05.17. 50 meters in this heat, and out in lane 7, Francis Casey of Moorhead having a very good swim in this heat. Casey came in at 108.24 and made a split time about 33 seconds here, so he's got a chance to really improve his top performance of the season. We'll see he does on the final turn, but he got a really good push as well, did Francis Casey. And right now the Moorhead Spuds in lane 7 commanding heat 5 of the 100 backstroke, as Francis Casey will make his way to the wall and finish things up a good 7 or 8 yards ahead of the competition. He did a 30-second final lap, and Francis Casey a 1 minute 29 hundredths total today. Francis Casey cuts 8 seconds off of his seat time for the Moorhead Spuds. He was a 108.24 coming in, and Casey finishes in a minute and 29 hundredths. Fantastic finish for Francis Casey in the second to the last heat. And now we go to the final heat of the boys 100 backstroke. And the top seed time, Logan Engelstead, who's been owning things today, a 51.67, about a second better than Sam Egel of Bismarck, who has a 52.60. Engelstead will be in lane 4, Egel will be in lane 5. Hunter Swanson at Fargo Davies in lane 1. Hunter Haugen at Williston in lane 2. Carter Larson of the Magicians in lane 3. And as we go forward, West Fargo Cheyenne's Ronan Orlowski in lane 6. Bemidji's Matthew Winkle in lane 7. And Emmett Murphy of Fargo Davies in lane 8. But the top seed time, Logan Engelstead at 51.67, trying to own another event today for the West Fargo Packers, and they have been good. Really tight race after the first trip down. Engelstead and Egel basically neck and neck. Engelstead just a little bit of a lead, not even an entire stroke, but he got a really good turn, and right now probably has about a stroke lead on Sam Egel of Bismarck as they make their way into, you could call it the third leg, the third trip, or the third lap, if you will, in the 100 backstroke. Another turn off the wall by Logan Engelstead. And Engelstead again ahead by perhaps the length of a body at this point, 2-3 yards on Sam Egel of Bismarck, and Engelstead approaching the wall with the time unofficially on our clock of 52.41. Let's see what they've got. 52.89, the final time for Logan Engelstead of West Fargo. He'll take home the event with Sam Egel of Bismarck coming in at 54.46. He'll be second. And third will be Carter Larson of the Magicians in that heat with a 58.14. Top 3 finishers there. But a really good race for Logan Engelstead, who has been an all-star performer today. Not quite to his seed time of 52.89. And he's been a second faster than that throughout the course of the year, but looks to have won another event. As we get ready to move to the 100-yard breaststroke here at the Hislop today, and we will have 6 flights of this, and then one more swimming event for the day. That'll be the 400-yard freestyle relay that will take place today. But one more event in the pool today that will be an individual event. This will be the boys' 100-yard backstroke today. And the Night Riders will have a couple of competitors in the first of 6 heats. Atticus Knert of the Night Riders in heat 1, or lane 1 rather, and Knight Anderson in lane 3 for the Night Riders here today. Knert may be doing this for the first time. He has no seed time coming in. Knight Anderson a 1:39.38. And we look ahead, Logan Engelstead of the Packers has the best time in this as well. Or no, I'm sorry. We're going to the breaststroke, aren't we? My apologies, folks. Let's move ahead. One of 6 heats here. I was looking at the old information. There will be no Night Riders in this opening heat. 1 out of 6 in the 100-yard breaststroke. Top time in the first heat will be Hudson Booth of Moorhead with a 1:41.79. And 3 swimmers that will be performing this for perhaps one of the early times this season without a seed time coming into this. As we peer ahead to the final heat of this one, the top time belongs to Jonah Ayers of West Fargo, a 1:01.78. And this first heat, we'll see Hudson Booth of Moorhead as the 1:41.79 seed time. The 100-yard breaststroke is underway. Well, they make the turn halfway through this first heat of the 100-yard breaststroke. And the top performer right now is in lane 3. Adrian Maston of Moorhead has the lead at this point in this first heat of the 100-yard breaststroke. Came in with a seed time of 1:25.24. And he makes his way towards the wall to take a final turn. As the 100-yard breaststroke into heat number 1. Final individual event in the pool today. And right now we see Adrian Maston of Moorhead making his way towards the finish line. A little bit of a challenge now. Out in lane 6 coming from Miles Mittleiter of Minot. And that is close towards the end. And we're going to see Moorhead's Adrian Maston coming in the number 1 spot in the heat with Mittleiter coming in number 2, I believe. Yeah, Mittleiter will come in at 1:33.85. The final results are in for the 100-yard backstroke. Logan Ingelstead, 52.89. That is the top time. Sam Eagle of Bismarck came in second at 54.46. And Logan Carter of Minot was third. Ronan Orlowski of Cheyenne was fourth. Williston's Hunter Haugen fifth. Francis Casey of Moorhead sixth. We mentioned he had a really, really solid race. I believe Francis Casey was in the previous heat. Yeah, he comes in sixth, and he was in heat number 5 today. So really nice performance for Moorhead's Francis Casey. Emmett Murphy of Davies was 7th, and Luke Newman of Minot was 8th. Up-to-date team totals. West Fargo, a really, really solid swim team for the Packers. 300 points at this point. West Fargo, Cheyenne 212. Minot 199. Moorhead 192. Davies 159. Bismarck 144. That event for the 100 backstroke really solidified some teams moving into solid spots, but a good race between Minot and Moorhead for third. And Bismarck and Williston tied for 6th right now, 144. Night Riders fell to 8th after that event with a 138. Didn't have a lot of competitors up in that top heat to work with, and that allowed some other teams to score and sneak ahead of them. Lane 2, or I should say heat 2 of the 100 breaststroke, and 3 Night Riders here. Caius Knert in lane 2, Christian Borden in lane 4, Nathan Hind in lane 5. Top seed time is Christian Borden for the Night Riders in this second of 6 heats. With a seed time of 1:28.33, it's heat 2 of the 100-yard breaststroke. Well, they made the turn into the second half of this heat, and a lead out in lane 4 for Night Rider Christian Borden, who has the top seed time in this second heat. Borden had done a nice job through those first couple of laps, trying to edge ahead of a competitor in lane 6, Eli Nelson of West Fargo Cheyenne, appearing to be his chief competition at this point. And right now, Borden trying to make his way home out in lane 5. See a good race from Nathan Hind of the Night Riders as well. And it looks like it's Hind in lane 5 at this point that's going to come to the wall. And in fact, we might have not seen Borden. I thought it was lane 3 that was empty. That might have been lane 4 that was empty. And Christian Borden was labeled to be in lane 4. They don't have him on the board, so they might have lifted Borden. I identified Hind as Borden. My apologies. Nathan Hind in lane 5 will be the top performer. Turns in a 1:25.40, and that's 3 seconds better than his seed time. Boy, we've seen some performances today, a lot of good ones cutting off their seed times throughout the course today. As Nathan Hind, 3 seconds better than his seed time coming in for the Night Riders, an 8th grader, had swam a 1:28.68, turns in a 1:25.40, 3 seconds better today. As we go to heat number 3. And the third heat, Zach Johnson of the Night Riders, a 1:20.69. Second best seed time in heat number 3. Top seed time, Otto Williamson of Minot, a 1:20.81. It's heat 3 in the 100-yard breaststroke. Well, this one's tight. It is a turn at the wall by the Knight Rider Zach Johnson in lane 4. That gives him a bit of an edge, but some stiff competition out in lane 6 from Levon Stye, a sophomore for Minot. Couple of different styles. Stye really lengthening out the body. Short strokes to the wall for Zach Johnson, whereas Stye lengthening out the body, trying to get a push off the wall, and that push gave Stye a bit of an edge. And Stye taking over the heat here, third heat of the 100-yard breaststroke. That push by Stye, leg 3, and that push off the wall gives him the edge. And out in lane 7, we're going to see Kelson Dornfeld of Williston come in the number 2 spot, it would appear. Yes, we'll see the top spot in the heat for Levon Stye of Minot, a 1:17.85. He cuts nearly 4 seconds off of his seed time. And Dornfeld of Williston will turn in a 1:19.03. That's 6 seconds better than his 1:25.64 for Dornfeld. So obvious improvement there. And Johnson for the Knight Riders, Zach Johnson, will turn in a 1:19.57, edging down his seed time by about a second as we go to the 4th heat today. And in heat number 4, heavy presence for the Magicians again. 4 out of the 8 swimmers will be Magicians. Ben Davies of West Fargo, the top seed time at 1:15.50. Heat 4 of the boys 100-yard breaststroke today on KNOX Live Sports. Well, as they make their turn in heat 5, heat 4, my apologies. Hudson Hanshin of Bemidji coming into the turn with a bit of an edge. Couple of Bemidji swimmers out in lane 6 and lane 7, and it's Hudson Hanshin of Bemidji that had the lead here in heat number 4 as they make their way into the final 25 meters here, 25 yards, I should say. I keep flipping back the track, my apologies. Ramiro Rodriguez of Minot with that push off the wall, taking a late lead. Coming to the wall, Rodriguez trying to make his mark on this heat, and he will do so. Rodriguez with a 39.19 final lap, which is a good second better than the rest of the field, the final lap, and Rodriguez a 1:14.93. And for Rodriguez, that'll be better than his seed time by a little bit better than a second. And a second place spot in the heat for Hayden Booth of Moorhead, out in lane number 1 with a 1:15.19. So a couple of good closing marks in that heat for a couple of swimmers as we go to heat 5. And in heat 5, top seed time is Bemidji's Braden Anderson, a 1:09.21, with Grant Schluter of Fargo Davies, a 1:09.45. This is heat 5 of 6 of the boys' 100-yard breaststroke. Final heat coming up. As they make to the wall, it's really tight between lanes 4 and lane 5. Braden Anderson of Bemidji, Grant Schluter of Fargo Davies. They obviously are aware of each other, right next to one another in lanes 4 and lane 5, and it's a toss-up right now between those two. Maybe a slight edge to Braden Anderson, but this last turn off the wall is going to tell us a whole lot about how heat 5 of the 100-yard breaststroke turns out. It was a great turn off the wall, it would appear, for Braden Anderson of Bemidji, and he may have been able to use that to get a slight advantage here. He's got about the advantage of a reach right now on Schluter of Fargo Davies as they make their way to the line, and it will be a win of the heat for Braden Anderson of Bemidji. Anderson a 36.94 final lap, 1:08.64 his final time, improves on his seed time by about 3/4 of a second. Had a 1:09.21 coming in, a 1:08.64, give him about an 0.8 improvement today. And that will take us to the final heat. And Looking forward to a competitive race. Jonah Ayers, a freshman of West Fargo, will be in lane 4. And his chief competition in the final heat set to be Logan Bierke of the Knight Riders, who is in lane 5. Jonah Ayers of the Packers, a 101.78. Logan Bierke of the Knight Riders, a 102.53. Other competitors, Hunter Hart of Williston, lane 1. Jackson Ketterling of Bismarck, lane 2. Zach Budd of Williston, lane 3. Logan Hill of Minot, lane 6. John Sherling of Bemidji in lane 7. And Andrew Allman of West Fargo Cheyenne in lane 8. We'll be watching Jonah Ayers of West Fargo in lane 4 and Logan Bierke of the Knight Riders in lane 5. And early, a nice little lead here for Logan Bierke. Popping hard out of that second leg. Tries to make a turn off the wall, gives the little arm lunge, and tries to lengthen out the body, and maybe took advantage of a slow turn from Jonah Ayers of the Packers. And right now, some hard physical swimming for Logan Bierke as he makes his way to the wall. He'll make the final push off the wall, and right now Bierke racing a great race here in the final heat, but he's being caught out in lane 6. Logan Hill of Minot taking the lead off the turn, and it's neck and neck to the line, and it would appear that Hill is into the wall first, with second place going to Logan Bierke. Unofficial time on our clock at 1:40, and it'll be Logan Hill at 1:72, and Logan Hill will take it home. He was just a hair faster, about a half second faster than Logan Bierke, who comes in at 1:01.28. For Logan Hill, big win. He'll end up cutting his seed time by 3 seconds. Logan Hill came in 1:03.18 as far as the seed time, and Logan Bierke with a 1:02.53 coming in, cuts his time to 1:01.28. He's shaved a second plus off of his seed time, but a big win today for Minot's Logan Hill, and with Minot in that race in the middle of the pack, actually at 199, trying to fend off Moorhead, could be a big win today for Minot in the 100-yard breaststroke. All right, final event in the pool today will be the 400-yard freestyle relay. And we'll see 3 teams in the opening heat: Moorhead, West Fargo, Cheyenne, and Bismarck. We'll leave it on camera view for you so you can take this one in. We'll get the results of that event coming up in a couple of moments as we continue on KNOX Live Sports. We welcome you to our coverage today of the Grand Forks Invitational Swimming and Diving Championships here at Hislop Sports Center. For those of you that are coming back to us here in Grand Forks, we are in heat number 2 of the boys 400-yard freestyle. And in heat number 2, the fastest time belongs to the Night Riders. In lane 4, the team of Lincoln Steele, Zach Johnson, Caius Knert, and Bennett Johnson, turning in a 4-minute and 5,200-second seed time throughout the course of the season. And that's not far off the pace of landing in the third heat. That is one team for the Night Riders. They're in lane 4. And in lane 8, it's Anders Johnson, Atticus Knert, Christian Borden, and Knight Anderson that are involved in that lane as well, over in lane 8 with a 4:34.48 seed time. So again, about halfway through this race, we have some updated team totals to pass along to you as well. Following the previous set of results, we do have some results to pass along to you from the latest race. The official results now coming in from the 100-yard breaststroke. And the 100-yard breaststroke, Minot's Logan Hill, we mentioned a great race, cut considerable time off of his seed time, just about 3 seconds, in winning the event with a 1 minute and 72 hundredths of a second performance. And that bested Logan Bierke by about a half a second. Logan Bierke came in at a 1:01.28, again cutting time off of his seed time by over a second. Jonah Ayers of West Fargo was third with a 1:02.95, and that was off his pace by about a second. He was a second slower than his seed time coming in, so maybe a bit of an upset today on the top of that. Zach Budd of Williston was fourth. John Sherling of Bemidji was fifth. Bismarck High's Jackson Ketterling was sixth. Seventh was Williston's Hunter Hart. And Andrew Allman of West Fargo Cheyenne was eighth. Finish up the top 8. As far as the team totals are concerned, that win by Logan Hill of Minot was a big factor as Minot pulls into a lead for second by 6 points over West Fargo Cheyenne. Minot now with 233 points, trailing West Fargo's 316 as the Packers have kind of laid claim to the event here as far as the swimming portion is concerned. West Fargo Cheyenne with 227s in third, Moorhead's fourth with 194. Williston 171 is fifth, Fargo Davies sixth, 166. And right now a good race for seventh between Bismarck High and Grand Forks, with Bismarck at 157, Grand Forks 155. Bemidji with 129 team points as we continue along with heat number 2 of the boys 400-yard freestyle relay. And again, heat number 2 coming to a conclusion as we see a look in the pool right now. I believe coming to the wall in lane 6 to win the event will be the team from Fargo Davies, at least to win the heat. So Fargo Davies comes in. Actually, I believe Grand Forks had finished in lane 4 before that. My apologies, folks. They did. Yes, Grand Forks a great time today as well, as the Night Riders team of Lincoln Steele, Zach Johnson, Caius Knert, and Bennett Johnson coming with a 3:59.32, and that will shave a second off of their seed time. They'll also be the only team in the heat that breaks the 4-minute barrier. Night Riders come in 3:59.32 in that event. So a nice race for Lincoln Steele, Zach Johnson, Caius Knert, and Bennett Johnson. And the Night Riders still finishing up out in lane 8 with Anders Johnson, Atticus Knert, Christian Borden, and Knight Anderson. So we get ready to go to heat 3 of 4 in the 400-yard freestyle relay. The top team in heat number 3, as far as seed time is concerned, will be Minot with a 3:45.91. Barrett Hanegreffs, Peter Wake, Isaac Barthnick, and Caden Gutknecht, a 3:45.91. And that right now is a good 6 seconds faster than the Moorhead team of William Schroeder, Beckett Toe, Ben Thiel, and Gabriel Chavez, who have the second best seed time. Bemidji will be in lane 1. West Fargo in lane 2, Williston in lane 3, Minot in lane 4, Moorhead in 5. Another team from Minot in lane 6. Cheyenne in 7, and Bismarck will be in lane 8 as we go to heat number 3 of 4 of the boys 400-yard freestyle relay. And we'll pick it up with coverage as we go along here on KNOX Live Sports. Well, we make our way towards the finish of Heat 3 of the 400-meter freestyle relay. And it would appear that the Minot team that has the best time of 3:45.91 in the heat has a good lead. Minot will be the first in the pool. You just saw them go in lane 4. And it looks like second in, out in lane 7 was West Fargo Cheyenne as far as the competitors here in this heat. And a good finish coming up here from Caden Gutconnect of Minot trying to bring this relay team home. However, good push off the wall by West Fargo Cheyenne's Maddox Anderson, trying to make this close, and Anderson's done a pretty good job out in lane 7 of tightening things up. Minot making a turn here. And a good race between those two as they go into the final 50 yards of their race here today. And even though we've seen a pretty good swim coming here from Minot's Caden Gutconnect, Cheyenne's Maddox Anderson really giving no ground, at least through the first 75 yards. And now off that last turn, we see Maddox Anderson taking a lead. And West Fargo Cheyenne's Maddox Anderson trying to bring his team in first in heat number 3, and it appears that he will do so. Out in lane 7, a 28:38 final lap for Anderson. 3:45.99 the final time for West Fargo Cheyenne. They cut 10 seconds exactly off of their seed time. Cheyenne came in with a 3:55.99 as their seed time. The team of Oliver Siebold, Axel Anderson, Andrew Rexon, and Maddox Anderson will step in and win the heat. That's the third heat out of 4. Minot's team will be second with a time of 3:47.09, and that's a little off of their pace. Their seed time had been 3:45.91, so West Fargo Cheyenne swimming a fantastic relay in heat 3 out of 4 to win the heat. And we get ready to go to the final heat of this boys 400-yard freestyle relay. Top seed time, guess who? West Fargo. Noah Ayers, Isaac Elhard, Jonah Ayers, and Logan Ingolstead. Another opportunity for Ingolstead to affect the a meet today, and they have a time that is 15 seconds better than anybody else in the finals. So they are a dominant team that you'll see in lane 4. The Night Riders will be in lane 8 on the far side of the pool as you look at it. Logan Bierke, Devin Navarro, Michael Schill, Avery Berg. They will get set to bring this one home for the Grand Forks Night Riders. The final pool event of the final invitational here at Hislop. This is going to be a historic occasion. We'll go to the diving after this, but this is scheduled to be the final pool event, and this is the final multi-team invitational. There may be a duel that happens later, but the final multi-team invitational that will happen here at Hislop, and the final pool event and the final heat of that pool event. The boys 400-yard freestyle relay, and it is underway here at the Hislop. And we'll take a look at this final event as it comes in. Even start for all of those teams that are out there. Again, keep your eye on West Fargo in lane 4. The Packers with the top seed time. However, the team of Fargo Davies in lane 5 taking just a bit of an edge through the first half of that opening leg of the relay, and a pretty good turn in lane 2 from West Fargo Cheyenne to give them a bit of a nudge as well. And we've got 3 solid competitors making their way down the pool to take the final turns in the first leg of this relay. West Fargo Cheyenne lane 2 with a bit of a lead, but almost even with Fargo Davies lane 5 and the Packers in lane 4. Cheyenne the first in the pool, rapid succession after that. Good jump coming from Cheyenne's second swimmer, Caden Hurovich, and Hurovich trying to make his way to the wall. We'll see a turn now in lane 2. Actually, correction, that's Paxton Samuelson for West Fargo Cheyenne, swimming the second leg. And you can see here that Samuelson just a bit of an edge against Williston in lane 6, who's come on to make a good charge out of it. And again, Fargo Davies in lane 5. We see Fargo Davies out in lane 5. This would be their second swimmer, Hunter Swanson, trying to step in and take a bit of a lead. But back here in lane number 2 for Cheyenne, Paxton Samuelson, good turn off the wall, trying to make his way back towards the finish line. And Samuelson just a small step ahead of what is a very tight race in lane 4 and lane 5 between West Fargo and Fargo Davies, just behind in the second place spot right now. A great jump again for Cheyenne as they go to their third swimmer of the day. That's Ronan Orlowski, a senior. Got a jump, and he was able to widen out the lead a little bit. You can see that right now that lead is tightened, though, and a strong leg from Jonah Ayers of West Fargo in that first half of the relay leg has brought West Fargo back into contention, and the Packers are threatening to take the lead with West Fargo Cheyenne's Ronan Orlowski just staying ahead, and the Eagles have dropped off a little bit out in lane number 5. Here's the final turn of this third leg, and it's tight between Cheyenne's Ronan Orlowski and West Fargo's Jonah Ayers as they make their way toward the wall. Cheyenne will get in first, probably a second and a half ahead, and a big jump for Cheyenne coming off of that relay leg for Jace Laudel, who is a sophomore trying to win the event. But West Fargo getting a jump from Logan Engelstead, one of the top swimmers in the meet. And here comes Engelstead to the line. Logan Engelstead trying to power his team towards the finish line. And Engelstead makes the turn after 50 yards in a tight race once again with West Fargo Cheyenne's Jace Laudel. A good race going on for the championship of the 400 freestyle relay. The turn came from Engelstead first, and he's now into the home stretch trying to finish off this race. Engelstead widening out the lead. Engelstead out to a 15-yard mark, and what a fantastic leg for Logan Engelstead to finish off that race. Cheyenne will come in second, Jace Laudel right behind in lane 2, but Logan Engelstead finishes it. Officially 3:24:15 is the time. That's 3:24:15, the time for Logan Engelstead and West Fargo. And the Packers will take home the championship in that 400-yard freestyle relay. Boy, what a race that was. And you could see where Logan Engelstead just comes on and takes the very, very tight race and turns it into an explosive win for West Fargo. And Logan Engelstead is an 8th grader. And he has had a huge day today for West Fargo. Just an 8th grader, but got in the pool, did a tremendous job. And if there was a most valuable player, if you will, of a meet like this today, it would very likely be Logan Engelstead. That's going to be the final pool event that we have for you today. Now, we're going to take a break and come back with the final results and some team totals, and we'll get ready for the diving portion of the day coming up in just a bit, so stay with us. This is our coverage of the Grand Forks Invitational Swimming and Diving Invite from the Hislop Sports Center in Grand Forks on KNOX Live Sports.
When you need the right part for your pickup, head to Northwood or call Mike's Custom Truck. Amanda will drop ship any part you need: turbos, upgraded fuel pumps, Edge products, and more. Mike's Custom Truck, 587-6335.
You've been waiting for a chance to do something that matters, something big without a big price tag. Welcome to Northland Community and Technical College. Here you can have a big impact on a small campus, in classrooms that mirror today's workplace, with instructors who teach from experience and know you by name. You've been waiting for a place like this. Are you ready?
Need seed, think Proseed. Proseed.net.
Grand Trailer Sales in East Grand Forks is your go-to spot for enclosed utility, flatbed, and dump trailers in the Red River Valley. They have the biggest selection on hand of trailers with great pricing. If you're looking for parts, service, or simply to buy, trade, or rent a trailer, stop into East Grand Forks. GrandTrailersSales.com.
Apex Apparel is your quick turnaround apparel and promotional item shop in Grand Forks. If you're looking for direct-to-garment printing, embroidery work, or a huge selection of promotional items, come to Apex Apparel, your locally owned, family-run, quick turnaround apparel shop in Grand Forks.
Whether it's a golf course, your lawn, a pasture on your farm, cover crop, or even a food plot to help you get that big buck, Rivard's Turf and Forage of Grand Forks has developed, mixed, and packaged the premium specialized seed you need for almost every application. Plus, they also carry a full line line of ice melter products for your home or business. To check out all their products, go to rivards.com.
Picture yourself at Lake Region State College. With faculty and staff here to help you succeed, we know you by name. Picture your success as you get hands-on ready for the workforce or transfer on to earn your bachelor's degree. Lake Region State College. We change lives.
Spray Advantage of Grand Forks carries everything you need for the chemical and fertilizer application on your farm. They have pumps, tips, and tanks from 3 gallons all the way up to 10,000 gallons on hand. They can help with parts and accessories for the fertilizer and tillage equipment on your farm too. Go to sprayadvantage.com.
Your local Circle K and Holiday Station stores are proud to support high school activities. Stop by the new Circle K location at 1316 South Washington Street for not only gas, but a wide array of hot and cold food, snacks for everyone, and a car wash. Open 24/7, 7 days a week.
It's hard to explain what this feels like. We could try to put it into words, but nothing compares to experiencing it for yourself. You just have to get in the seat.
Visit True North Equipment at any of our 10 locations or at www.truenorthequipment.com.
We welcome you back to the Grand Forks Invitational Swimming and Diving Championships today. Here at Hislop Sports Center, we're getting ready for the diving portion of the event today, as the swimming events have been completed and had a great race to finish things up with the boys 400-meter, or rather 400-yard freestyle relay. Those of you that are in the swimming community, please accept my apologies, as I'm used to meters. I do have some track and field experience, not a lot of swimming and diving experience, but hey, we'll add that, I guess, to the overall resume that we have here today. But now, getting ready for the diving portion, and some warm-ups for the diving portion are taking place. So we're going to have kind of a still video look for a while here. I don't think they're ready to start the diving as of yet. It looks like they've got some warm-ups that are going to go on off the diving board here, but we were told there would be a bit of a delay before any diving would happen. But we'll see. And we're waiting for the final results on this one, so we're going to leave you with the still camera right on the diving boards here at this point. And we will get you ready for the final results of the swimming portion coming in here in just a little bit. And should have some good results. We've got a couple of ties that have gone on here at this point. So some very close team races that are going on, and we'll see what happens with those results when they come in. So stay with us. We're going to continue along with more in just a bit. Right now, though, we're going to give you back to that still photo, and we'll take a look at some diving warm-ups and come back with those results in a bit.
In 6th place from Bismarck, Blake Nelson. In the tie for 4th place from Minot, Logan Hill. And from Moorhead, Sahan Nagoda-Don. And in the tie for 1st, all perfect score of 20 points. All from West Fargo, Brody Eaglestead. Yeah, Brody. Isaiah Ayers and Logan Eaglestead.
Good job today. Hey, do you need anything? Anything else? Anything else? Are you coming up? Okay.
Doors are closed. Divers meeting behind the boards. Today's diving order will be as follows. First, Sawyer Coleman. Second, Douglas Gray. Third, Adam Peterson. Fourth, Holden Williams. Fifth, Sawyer Hart. Sixth, Griffin McAllister. Seventh, Ian Luffman. Eighth, Crockett Kuczynski. Ninth, Tayson Solter. 10th, Carson Nadeau. 11th, Brendan Groovy. And 12th, Gage Erickson.
Well, for those of you that are still with us in our coverage of our matchup here today, we're glad to have you along with us here today as we make our way into the next phase of what we have going on with our matchup here today. And that next phase is going to be the diving portion that we have for you today as we get ready for 13 divers that are going to be involved in today's matchups. And we'll take a look at where they're going to be as far as their dives are concerned and try to just kind of do the best that we can for you here in penciling in what it is that we're going to be able to bring you as far as the diving competition today. So we'll see how that goes. Sawyer Colness of Williston, a 7th grader, will be the first diver that is scheduled to dive here today. And so we'll see Sawyer Colness coming out onto the far board. So this will be the 1 meter diving board that we have, and we'll see if we can't bring you a bit of a close-up on how Sawyer Colness is able to take this one in. We'll get the judges' totals from you after that as well, but this is Sawyer Colness with the first dive. Just a 7th grader out there, obviously. And we'll see what we've got for Sawyer Colness as the first diver. The next diver is said to be Brendan Gruby. And a 22.95 for Sawyer Colness with 3 4.5s, a 4 and a 5. And our next diver today will be Brendan Gruby of West Fargo. So Brendan Gruby coming to the diving board. And I believe this would be our 1 meter event that we have for you today. And Gruby with an excellent dive. That's a great start. Gets a round of applause from his fans as well, as he should. And we'll wait to see what they come up with for Gruby. 34, nice. A 7.5, a 7, a pair of 6.5s, and a 5.5 for Gruby. So fantastic dive that we had there for Gruby. And now next will be Holden Williams of the Magicians, who is a junior. And it may not be Holden Williams. That may have been Adam Peterson. They put a different name up on the board than what we were ready for. So they had Holden Williams that was ready, but they had an Adam Peterson that had snuck in there. And this is going to be Adam Peterson. May have been a late addition or just moved up. That was an 8th grader from Bismarck. And he'll pick up 3 4s, a 3.5, and a 3 for a total of 16.1. And the top scorer coming in as far as seed scores, Brendan Gruby of the Packers, who you saw there a moment ago, one of those, as we see a dive for Sawyer Hart, or will this be William Holden? This may be William Holden that came off, or Holden Williams. 28 for, I believe that's Holden Williams. From the Magicians, Holden Williams with a 28 on that dive. And this will bring us to, now it should be Sawyer Hart. I think we're back into the right pattern here. So Sawyer Hart, I guess they're moving names around up on the board here. And this should be Sawyer Hart that's on the dive. And Sawyer Hart, who's from Williston. And let's see what we have here. That is Sawyer Hart, who is from Williston, that made the dive, and we'll try to get his numbers for you. A 17.5, a 5, a 4.5, and 3 4s. And now we'll see a diver below us, I believe, on the near board, as Griffin McAllister will take his opportunity to get into the pool. And McAllister, solid dive. Griffin McAllister is from West Fargo. He's a sophomore. Came in with a seed score of 413.35. That's the top seed score. He gets a 7.5, a pair of 6s, a 6.5, and a 5.5. So a little consistency there as far as the judges were concerned. They all kind of saw it a little different way. And Ian Leffelman will be our next diver. Leffelman will be on the far board. And Leffelman, who is from Fargo Davies and a freshman, makes a dive. We'll see what kind of scores Ian Leffelman will come up with. Crowd gives him a nice round of applause. Certainly the crowd thins out after the swimming events. But a 28.8, pretty good dive. A 7, a 6.5, a 6, and a pair of 5.5s. And we'll get ready for Crockett Poshinski, who is from Bemidji and a freshman. And he'll be on the far board away from us. So again, Crockett Poshinski set for his dive. Nice little turn for Poshinski. And he'll get a nice round of applause from the crowd that's here. And after the swimming events, we really see a big thin out that comes up here. And we'll see 4 5.5s and a 6, so some consistent scoring there. And we're going to see a forward 1.5 from Tayson Sulphur. And we'll go ahead and bring you back to the near board where Tayson Sulphur will be taking care of his dive. So we're looking at a forward 1.5 somersault. And Sulphur, good dive, executed that well. Obviously, the judges look at a few different things from what we understand. Tucking in the body, that's 5 6.0s from Tayson Sulphur of Minot High, so a 30.6 for Tayson Sulphur. And a back dive now for Carson Nadeau will be over on the far board for Minot. So we'll see the back dive here from Carson Nadeau. Carson Nadeau is a junior from Minot High. That one might have come a little undone for Carson Nadeau as he made his way out to the approach. Carson Nadeau, a junior with a seed score of 258.05, ends up with a pair of fives, a 4 and a 3.5, and an 18.75 dive for Carson Nadeau. And now we'll see Brendan Gruby in front of us for his second dive. This will be a 1.5 for Brendan Gruby. Again, the diving competition here at the Hislop Sports Complex as part of the swimming and diving event here from Grand Forks. Brendan Gruby, freshman for the Packers. And the forward 1.5 executed well by Brendan Gruby. And we'll see how the scores come up. 4 5.5s and a 6 for a 28.05. The score for Brendan Gruby on that one. And Gage Erickson from Moorhead will go off the far board. Gage Erickson will go with a forward dive. Gage Erickson, a sophomore, does not come in with a seed score. And Erickson with a forward dive. Came in rather straight. Back legs might have been going a little bit over the body at that point. And the scores give him an 18.6. A couple of 5.5s, a couple of 5s, and a 4.5. And now we'll see Sawyer Colmus going up onto the board again for another forward dive. Sawyer Colmus, 7th grader out of Williston, on that far diving board here today. Part of the diving competition that we have here is part of a swim and dive. If you've ever wondered why they call it a swimming and diving competition, this is why. You had the swim races earlier, and now Sawyer Colmus, 7th grader from Williston. That's a good dive. For a 7th grader, that's a good dive. Straightforward dive. Difficulty probably low, but you have to execute it well. Looked like he did. Got 4 5.5s and a 5, a 19.8. He's got a 42.75 through the second round of diving. And Douglas Gray, a junior from Fargo Davies, one of the better seed scores coming into the diving competition today. Seed score of 364.95. Douglas Gray would be the second highest seed score that we have in the diving competition today. And Douglas Gray will be performing a forward double. And ends up coming in feet first on that. Forward double for Douglas Gray. Crowd gives him a nice round of applause. And we'll wait for the judges' scores. 36.8 on that dive. 3 5.5s, couple of 5s. 36.8 the final number. And now we'll come back to Adam Peterson on our near board. Adam Peterson, an 8th grader from Bismarck. And Adam Peterson will be performing a forward somersault dive. And ends up in the pool feet first again as well. And we'll see what Adam Peterson comes up with for a score. A couple of 3.5s, couple of 3s, a 2.5, a 13.3 overall will be the final total. And Holden Williams, junior from Minot, making his first dive. 28 on his first dive today. And Holden Williams will be performing a front double as well. And in feet first on the dive for Holden Williams. A couple of good rotations while he was in the air. And wait for the scores to come up. 35.2 on that dive. 3 5.5s, a 5 and a 4.5. 35.2 and a 63 total that he has now for the meet. And we'll see Sawyer Hart of Williston ready to go to the far board. Sawyer Hart, a freshman from Williston. Forward half somersault for Sawyer Hart. And he'll twist his way into the water off that far board. Wait for the scoring to come up here. And a 25.5, 2 dive total of 43 for Sawyer Hart. And we'll come down to the board near us. This will be Griffin McAllister of West Fargo. And McAllister will go with a forward double, 2 somersaults for Griffin McAllister on the near board. And then again, pretty good technique. He's kept the body straight as he went in. We'll wait for the scoring for the judges. 4 6s and a 5, a 41.4. McAllister now with a 72.85, 2-dive total. As Ian Leffelman will go to the far board. And Leffelman of Fargo Davies will be performing a front double. You can see him hidden behind. We're on the far board there, so that gives us kind of a momentary pause as we look for the diver. Legs didn't quite get straight out as he came in, so we'll see what the judges have to say about that. Crowd gives him a nice round of applause. Had a 28.8 in the opening dive. And a 30.8 on that one. A couple of 5s, 2 4.5s, and a 4. 30.8, 2-dive total of 39.6. And now, I thought we were coming back to the near board. We are not. We're going back to the far board. Crockett Pashinsky of Bemidji with a back 1.5. Be a tough dive here for Crockett Pashinsky, trying to up the level of difficulty here on this back 1.5. So back to the water to get things started. And nearly made that in straight up. That's a good effort for Crockett Pashinsky of Bemidji. Back 1.5, going to have some difficulty to it. Now we'll wait for the scoring. A 6 and 5.5, couple of 5s, 4.5, 31 total. 2-dive total of 59.05 now for Crockett Pashinsky of Bemidji. And we'll move back to the near board. Tayson Sulper with a forward 2.5. Stepping up the degree of difficulty here for Sulper. And a nice dive. That was a really nice dive. He took a little extra opportunity, had difficulty in that situation, and looks to try to make it pay off in that case. A 43.2 on that dive, 73.8 for Tayson. I may have said Taylor, my apologies. Tayson Sulper. And a really good total as we go back to Carson Nadeau on the far board. This will be a back 1.5 as well. Second back 1.5 that we've seen today is Carson Nadeau with an 18.75 total in dive 1. Kind of came open with the legs there at the end as he went in. Found the trajectory that he was looking for, though. And we'll see what the judges come up with there. 27 on the dive and a total of 45.5. As Brendan Gruby from West Fargo will be our next diver. And we'll see Brendan Gruby attempting a reverse somersault. 28.05 total for Brendan Gruby. Executed really well. Body straight going in. Tayson Sulper, the leader right now at 73.8. Griffin McAllister, 72.85. Douglas Gray at 70.8 as far as the top 3 in the diving part of the competition. And a 28 on that for a 56.05 total for Brendan Gruby. That'll put him in the top 6. And we will see Gage Erickson of Moorhead taking a look at a forward 1.5. Be Gage Erickson, an 18.6 dive to get things started. Needs a big dive to jump up onto the top 8 on the leaderboard here. Gage Erickson, forward 1.5, and a pretty good effort for Gage Erickson. Right now, 8th place, 45.5. That'll put Gage Erickson at 42.6, keeps him right outside of the top 8 on the board at this point. And Sawyer Colness will go back to the far diving board as well. So Sawyer Colness, the 7th grader out of Williston that got things started today. Kolness with a forward somersault. Again, the degree of difficulty is 1.4 on this dive. 2 dive total of 42.75 so far for Sawyer Kolness, 7th grader. And Kolness, good effort, executed that rather well, got a good turn. And the judges will give him a 20.3, 3 dive total of 63.05. And now Douglas Gray, who's in 3rd place, going into his 2nd dive with a 70.8. A reverse somersault takes the degree of difficulty up on this to 1.8. Douglas Gray of Fargo Davies currently in 3rd place in the diving competition. Pretty good execution. Body didn't come quite in square up, but a little twist to it. And the crowd likes what they see. Heavy Fargo Davies crowd on the far side. They take a look up for the judges' numbers. They think they've got something good here. And a 27 on that dive that will move him to 97.8. And for a moment, Douglas Gray will be the leader. As we come back to our near board, Adam Peterson of Bismarck High be attempting an inward dive. Degree of difficulty is 1.4 on this dive as well. Eighth grader, Adam Peterson. Again, tough to know, right, when you don't know the entire story of how hard the work has gone to pick up an art like diving. I mean, when you think about some of the other sports that we have out there, you know, run this way, run that way. That's a 16.1 dive, gives them a 2 dive total of just over 45. These are skills that are tough to develop. Holden Williams of Minot. Williams in 4th place right now with an inward dive. 1.4 in the degree of difficulty here for Holden Williams, trying to move up the leaderboard. And Williams, a pretty good dive. Got good elevation. Feet kind of coming out a different angle, but gets decent marks from the judges. 22.4 on that dive. That's an 85.6, keeps him behind Douglas Gray, moves Williams into 2nd place at this point, as Sawyer Hart will come back to the board. Sawyer Hart out of Williston with a forward 1.5, a degree of difficulty of 1.6 here. And we'll see what the judges say there. As didn't quite get the body straightened out as he made his way to the water, but a good rotation in the air. And 20.8 for a 3 dive total of 63.8 now for Sawyer Hart of Williston. And now on the near board, they haven't quite updated our board as of yet. Wait and see what we have here. Couldn't tell you who's diving in this situation. We'll wait for it to come on the board, but nice dive, great elevation in that situation. They had some technical issues earlier today, and they haven't really updated the board as of yet, waiting for the judges told. That was Griffin McAllister of West Fargo with the reverse dive. Got it up just now. And we'll see what the judges have to say as those tabulations are taking just a bit of time. Looks like we're going back over to the far board in a moment. McAllister trying to put himself in the top 8. Had a 3 dive total of 72. That one's a 29.6. Pretty good dive for McAllister. And that will put Griffin McAllister in the lead. McAllister with 102.45 so far today. And Ian Leffelman from Fargo Davies. A forward somersault with a degree of difficulty of 1.7. 3 dive total of 59.6. We'll see what Leffelman can come up with for the Eagles. Came into the water pretty well as that turn was completed. Degree of difficulty 1.7. See if the judges give him some marks on that. And a 25.5 dive. Put him at 85.1. Leffelman will be in the 4th place spot now as Crockett Pashinsky of Bemidji. Going to step it up a little bit. Forward somersault with a degree of difficulty of 1.9. Looks like Ian Pashinsky, or rather Crockett Pashinsky, is going to give us something a little extra difficult here. Let's see what he comes up with. Gave it a twist while he was in the air, changing the degree of difficulty on that after the somersault plus the twist. And the judges' numbers will give him a 28.5, 87.55 for Crockett Pashinsky. Griffin McAllister currently with the lead, and the top seed score that we have in the diving competition, a 102.45, and you would kind of expect something along those lines, as we'll see Tayson Solper currently in 6th place, looking at an inward dive with a degree of difficulty of 1.5, trying to move up. And a good execution on that, good high jump off the board from Solper. Seemed like he came into the water the way that he wanted to. Yeah, good numbers there. Some 7s, 3 6s, a 28.5 on the dive, and that will push his total to 102.30, right outside of the lead. Solper after that dive will be just 0.15 behind Griffin McAllister on the leaderboard. Carson Nadeau, the next scheduled diver. At least that's what they have on our board right now. And it looks as though a couple of officials are coming together to discuss a situation of some kind. For those of you that were looking for the final swim totals, we haven't seen those as of yet, so hopefully we'll be able to get those. We did not get a copy after the long relay at the end of the race, or at the end of the swimming portion of the competition. So we didn't get that, but we'll try to pick that up for you as we wrap up our coverage today. Looks as though Carson Nadeau is going to be over on the far board.
Carson, 301C, reverse stroke, dive 1.6.
All right, here comes Carson Nadeau from Minot. A reverse dive with a degree of difficulty of 1.6. Got a lot of distance off the board. Came up a little bit loose at the end. We'll see if the judges pick up on that. Yeah, they did. 4.5, 3 4s, 3.5, 19.2. Not probably the dive that he was looking for in that situation. And here comes Brendan Gruby on our near board. And Brendan Gruby's going to take it up a notch as well. Degree of difficulty of 2.0 on a back 1.5 somersaults for Brendan Gruby. So this will be a difficult dive, again stepping things up. Higher risk, higher reward. And Brendan Gruby right now outside of the top 8, but looking to vault himself back there. Pretty good dive for Brendan Gruby. Good rotations while he was up in the air. Crowd likes it. And his competitors did as well. That's a 33 dive for Brendan Gruby. That's a nice dive, 89.05. That's going to put Gruby in the number 4 spot now in the diving competition. Next up, Gage Erickson. Gage Erickson over on our far board. Apologies, folks. Gage Erickson, he slipped by me there. Erickson on the far side of the water, and we missed it. Degree of difficulty 1.6 on a reverse dive. And Erickson will pick up 24.8, moving his total to 67.4. That puts Erickson in the top 8 right now, sitting in the number 8 spot. And round 4 will begin with Sawyer Colness of Williston. Another inward dive, degree of difficulty of 1.4 for Sawyer Colness. 7th grader from Williston. Young man gaining some additional confidence, it seems like, as time goes on. 12.6 on the dive, but came a little more aggressive off the board. 75.65 for Colness. And Douglas Gray, 97.8, 3rd place after 4 rounds. And an inward somersault with a degree of difficulty of 1.7 for Douglas Gray of Fargo Davies. Inward somersault for Gray. Makes it the full time through. Again, a degree of difficulty of 1.7. See if the judges take that into account. Score of 27.2 for Douglas Gray moves him to the top of the leaderboard, at least for the moment. As we'll come back to the near board now. Here at Hislop Sports Center today, Adam Peterson of Bismarck High. Set for the next dive, an inward somersault. Degree of difficulty of 1.6 for Adam Peterson. Tough effort that time from Adam Peterson, just trying to get around. Couldn't quite get all the way around on that somersault. Adam Peterson, 8th grader from Bismarck, obviously trying to pick up the game a little bit. A 9.6 on that dive. And we'll see Holden Williams over on our far board. Holden Williams, 85.6 through 3 dives. That had him in 6th place. And he's going to attempt an inward 1.5. Degree of difficulty 2.2. Again, the degree of difficulty stepping up. Divers trying to score some additional points. Got the legs a little bit bent, about a 90 degree coming in. Couldn't quite get those legs straightened up at the end of the somersault. But again, a 2.2 degree of difficulty. And we'll see where the scores put him. 22 on the dive, 107.6. That'll move him into 2nd place for the moment. As we'll see another dive here on the near board. This will be Griffin McAllister. And McAllister with a degree of difficulty of 1.7 on his forward 1.5. Pretty good dive that time from Griffin McAllister. He executed that rather well. Crowd gives him a decent round of applause. Thought that was executed pretty well. Degree of difficulty of 2.1 on that. A 39.9 puts him up to 142.35. And Griffin McAllister, another big dive. Top seed scorer, now at 142.35 in the competition. And puts him 17 points ahead of Douglas Gray. As we see Ian Leffelman on our far board. Attempting an inward dive, degree of difficulty of 1.4. Good dive for Ian Leffelman. Again, lower degree of difficulty, but if you execute those well, you can pick up some scoring. Crowd gives him a round of applause. And we'll see where Leffelman ends up. He was on the board in number 7 spot before that dive with an 85.1. There's 25 more points to put him up to 110, and that will bring him into 3rd place in the meet. We'll come back to the near side with Crockett Pashinsky of Bemidji. And Pashinsky, nope, correction. My apologies, folks. A little tunnel vision on the camera. Pashinsky will be over on our far board. Pashinsky with a 1.5. Degree of difficulty of 1.6. And Pashinsky of a very good execution of that dive. Again, mid-range degree of difficulty at 1.6, but executed it rather well. And we'll see what the judges decide to say. .26.4. That'll give him a 4-dive total of 113.95. And into 3rd place for Crockett Pashinsky. Trailing the 2nd place spot by 12, the 1st place spot by about 19. So still within a dive of the leaders at that point. As we see Tayson Sulper, one of the leaders earlier. Inward 1.5, degree of difficulty 2.2, stepping it up here for Tayson Sulper. And a good dive. The crowd likes that one right away. Tayson Sulper from Minot executing that extremely well. That should score for Tayson Sulper. And a 37.4. That's a very good dive for Tayson Sulper. Moves him to the number 2 spot. He'll overtake Douglas Gray and Crockett Paschinski. Still trailing Griffin McAllister, who's off to the lead today after 4 dives. And Carson Nadeau of Minot be the next diver with a degree of difficulty of 1.6 on a reverse somersault dive. Executed well. Again, lower level of difficulty, but executed that pretty well. And a total of 88.95, gets 24 on that dive. And Carson Nadeau will find his way into the top 8. He's on the board at this point as Brendan Gruby comes to the diving board once again. Gruby's going to put a back somersault with a half a twist involved here. Degree of difficulty of 1.7 for Brendan Gruby. Little twist in there as well. Coming in straight, got the full somersault executed, or pretty close to it anyway. In a degree of difficulty of 1.7, we'll see what the judges have to say. A dive of 28.05 puts him at 117. Brendan Gruby now in 4th place after his 5th dive. Gage Erickson of Moorhead will attempt an inward dive. Degree of difficulty of 1.4. So lower level difficulty here for Gage Erickson, trying to execute. And a pretty good dive. Got some nice hesitation up in the air, made that look good for Moorhead High. 23.8 on the dive. That'll give him a 91. And it puts Gage Erickson back in the top 8 as that final spot in the top 8 right now, continuing to knock back and forth. Griffin McAllister coming out to a lead and continuing to hold on to it, but lots of competition in the middle. And now we will see Sawyer Colness, the young 7th grader out of Williston. Back somersault. And not bad. Again, learning the craft as a 7th grader. Didn't quite get all the way around on that somersault, but ends up picking up a 20.25. That's a good dive for Sawyer Colness. Scoring going up for Sawyer Colness. That'll bring him to 95.9, and that puts Sawyer Colness in the top 8 right now. As Douglas Gray will attempt an inward 1.5 with a degree of difficulty of 2.2. Nice dive for Douglas Gray. Hear the crowd coming to life. Fargo Davies crowd is over that way, and degree of difficulty of 2.2. That's a monster dive. 40 points for Douglas Gray. Lifts him to 165.7 on the day. That was executed extremely well. And Adam Peterson of Bismarck High, a back dive with a half a twist. Degree of difficulty of 1.8 for Adam Peterson. But Douglas Gray, very good dive to put himself in the conversation about being a leader. Keeping pressure on Griffin McAllister to answer from behind. That's all you could do in a situation like that. 8th grader from Bismarck. Got a good launch off the board, a lot of distance. Didn't quite get turned all the way around in that. And a 21.6 on the dive. Getting some points for the degree of difficulty. 76.7 today now for Adam Peterson. And Holden Williams. He'll be over on the far board. Diver for the Minot Magicians. Back 1.5. Looks like he'll put a twist into it as well. Degree of difficulty of 2.1 for Holden Williams. Williams on the board right now in 7th place after 4 dives. And a nice dive. He really came around well, got all the way around on that spin. Crowd likes it. Other competitors like it. And with that degree of difficulty, should score. And he got 33.6 points on that. Holden Williams moves up into third place. As Griffin McAllister will come to the near side board. He is our leader. Out of West Fargo. Griffin McAllister, the top seed scorer coming into the event. A back 1.5 with a degree of difficulty of 2. Nice dive. Didn't quite make it all the way around on that last turn, probably like he wanted to, but the crowd likes it. Has such an athletic frame and really makes it look good. And that's a monster dive again, 38 for Griffin McAllister. Not quite the 40-point dive that one of the competitors put it up there earlier, but McAllister now at 180.35. And his lead over Douglas Gray is 15 points at this point, as we'll see our next diver on the far side board. Not sure who this is or what's being executed at this point. It's Ian Leffelman, inward somersault with a degree of difficulty of 1.6 for Leffelman. Kept that close to the board.
30.4.
And a 30.4 dive that time for Leffelman. That's a nice dive. That'll put him at 140 points on the day. 140.7. And puts him in fourth place in the meet. As Crockett Pajinski of Bemidji, a reverse dive with a degree of difficulty of 1.6 to our far board. And a pretty good piece of execution for Crockett Pajinski. Got a lot of height. Got turned all the way over. A 23.2, that'll put him at 137.15. And Crockett Pajinski in the top 6 at this point, with still Brendan Gruby behind him set to answer, along with others. Tayson Sulper. Chance here for Tayson Sulper, a 139.7. He'll put it up to a degree of difficulty of 2.1. Back 1.5 with a twist or a half a twist. Trying to do some big scoring here in round 5. And just about did. Was still turning as he made his way into the water, but that was a really good effort and a high degree of difficulty. Making a big score out of this. Let's see what they put up. 33.6. Tayson Sulper going to move back into second place with a 33.6 point dive. Boy, a little bit more rotation or a little bit more height on that dive, and he's probably going to score big with that dive as the season goes on. Carson Nadeau of Minot to the far board. Nadeau with a forward somersault and a half a twist. Degree of difficulty of 1.7. Executed it well. Again, lower degree of difficulty at that point, but was able to execute the way that he wanted to. We'll see if Nadeau can jump his way back up on the board, and he does. That's a dive of 25.5 points, 114.45 today for Carson Nadeau. As we come back to the near board, and here's an opportunity for Brendan Gruby. Gruby from West Fargo, an inward dive, going to keep the level of difficulty small here. Right now, Gruby in the number 7 spot, 20 points out of the top 6, so it needs a lot of execution on this dive to try to move himself up top 6, top 5. We'll see what he can do. 23 out of the number 5 spot, 24 out of the number 4 spot for Brendan Gruby. Good execution on that dive. Again, low level of difficulty. Seemed to get all the way around while he was in the air. And we'll see what the judges have in mind on this one. A 23.25 dive. That's going to keep Gruby in the number 6 spot. He'll be behind Leffelman now, so Leffelman making a move here in this round. And Gage Erickson out to the far board here at the Hislop. As we say goodbye to the Hislop today, the final invite that the Hislop will host. Gage Erickson of Moorhead. Inward somersault. 1.6 degree of difficulty on this dive. And comes down straight. Not sure if he got the body straightened out just in time to come up with a big score, but we'll see what he can do for execution. 28, not a bad dive for Gage Erickson. Puts him back in the top 8. He's on the leaderboard with a 119.2. And now we'll come back to our near board here at the Hislop. And wait and see who we'll have here. I don't know if this is Griffin McAllister or not. Another conversation going on here. Well, whoever was going to dive is not going to at this point. They're going to make a bit of a change in the rotation. Little opportunity to talk things over seems to be finished up. Not sure if they came out of the... I think they were confirming that they're on the 6th round here. I think somebody might have been going a little bit too early. That seemed to be the conversation that was going on. Right now through 5 dives, Griffin McAllister with the lead of 180.35 points, leading by 7. As we'll see Sawyer Colness back out to the far board. 7th grader with a back somersault and a half a twist. 1.7 degree of difficulty, one of his tougher dives that he's attempted here today. Got in the water with it. That's a nice effort for the 7th grader, Sawyer Colness. Crowd rooting on the youngster. Listen to him come to life. Got the full somersault, 23.8 on the dive, and Sawyer Colness, the 7th grader, back on the leaderboard for now in the number 8 spot with a 119.7. As we will see our next diver entering round 6. They don't have it up on the board for us yet, folks. Looks like a full somersault, back somersault on that dive. Might have been Douglas Gray that was diving in that situation. I'm not sure who that was. They haven't put the new information up, or are we doing some warm-up dives here? May have a malfunction here because it looks like we've got some warm-up dives that are going on. A couple of divers out on the board here at the same time. Looks like they may be taking a break in the action, it would appear. That's what's going on. So a little bit of additional warm-up that will go on out there. So we'll keep it up on our leaderboard while we wait for the next round to start. And you can see there, Griffin McAllister in the lead at this point. As they get into some warm-up diving. So we'll leave it on the leaderboard at least for now. And we'll come back and tell you more about what's going on as they reconvene action here today from the Hislop Sports Center in Grand Forks with our swimming and diving championships. Stay with us. Well, folks, at this point today, we're going to go ahead and wrap up our coverage of the event here at the Hislop. I want to thank everybody that was here for making this a really enjoyable day. We made it through about half of the diving totals at this point and gone into a warm-up period for or some delays that have gone on. I think they're getting ready to have the scorers report, and so at that point, what we'll do is we're going to go ahead and wrap up our coverage for today. But again, I want to thank everybody who joined us all around the region for our swimming and diving coverage today. It won't be the last time that we do this. This was a great event to do. We're looking forward to doing it in the future. A lot of the crowd is thinned out, though, and we're down to just a handful of competitors. And for our folks in the Grand Forks area, none of those competitors belong to the Grand Forks Night Riders at this point. So we're going to go ahead and wrap up our coverage. But again, thank you for everybody for joining us today. And we'll hope to see you again sometime soon going down the road. But it's been great to be here and great to see this sport in action. A lot of great athleticism, a lot of fun that we had a chance to see out of this today. And thanks to everybody who joined us and walked by and said thank you for bringing the coverage back to the homes that are out there. But we'll go ahead and wrap it up for today. Thank you for joining us for our coverage of this event here at Hislop with the Swimming and Diving Championships here on KNOX. We'll go ahead and wrap it up from here.
Beginning round 6. Douglas, 201C, back dive, cup 1.5. Adam, 201A, back dive, straight 1.7. Holden, 201C, back dive, tuck 1.5. Griffin, 402C, inward 1 somersault, tuck 1.6. Ian, 201C, back dive, tuck 1.5. 24. Crockett, 401B, inward dive, height 1.5. 27. Tayson, 201A, back dive, straight 1.7. 22.95. Carson, 103C, forward, 1 1/2 somersault, tuck, 1.6. 23.2. Brendan, 403C, inward, 1 1/2 somersault, tuck, 2.2. 40.7. Gage, 201C,